to. I don't
Okay,
know
it shows that we got 3 streamed. Holy crap! What the hell is going on here? Okay, when I go to the end time channel,
Yeah.
it shows live coverage. 12 views
Yeah,
streamed 2 minutes ago at 54 seconds.
it's recreating every time is what it's doing.
Yeah, streamed 3 minutes ago for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Then streamed 1 minute ago at 50 seconds. So yeah, it's like it's starting and then it's like creating a new one every time. And the only one that's still listed as live.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the back end and end it, and then maybe something really weird happened. So let me end stream.
I don't think it's specific to YouTube because the shows are streaming just fine right now.
Yeah, I'm going to create a new one and connect to it.
Log out of this?
Nope, stay here.
No, it shouldn't. I say it shouldn't affect us on whatever we're on.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Okay, I've created a new stream. I am going to connect to it. It says we're still streaming to that. That is really bizarre.
Well, that would be why I've got 4 notifications for in time.
Was outside and just come up here.
All right.
I think we're back up.
All right. If we are back up, if someone can notify me, I mean, I would assume I created a new one with the same icon and everything to reconnect, but we may be back up somewhere else. YouTube is acting really strange right now. So can anyone confirm whether or not?
Well, I'm looking at a picture of the in-time display for YouTube, and I waved my hand, and after the appropriate delay, it showed me waving my hand. So,
all right. Yep. Okay, I think we're back. We're on a different thing, but it looks like we may be. Yeah, there's a heavy latency because I didn't switch. Okay, we're up. We're up. I have no idea what just happened. None. But we're up. So I'm going to leave it. And yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, good news. First of all, we have the answer for this built right into our motto. It's in time, not on time. And that goes for shows that are currently running. So, okay, we're back up. If you guys could let anyone else know in any of the other 6 streams we created trying to fix this thing, I have never seen that before. But Nick, if you see this,
people in the chat are saying to hear us.
Yeah. So let's see, Titan. Nick, if you
are just bound and determined to make this the unprecedented election, and you just got to keep with that theme.
That's right.
Yeah. So Titan, Nick, if you see this, stop touching buttons.
Great.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Very helpful. Okay, I do have to change one more thing now that we've switched. Dear Lord,
oh,
I have.
Yeah, I got to change just one more thing. Just one more thing.
Okay, so now hopefully we're gonna stay connected, and I had said earlier that the position of co-host was recently becoming available. It seems to me that the position of producer is going to need to be re-examined here at In Time as well. About the only thing that's going to stick around is Commander McMillan. Oh, yes, yeah. Everything else is going to change. So, let's see. I do want to see if on the Senate side, AP has acknowledged the picked up seat. They don't appear to have. So that may or may not be good news.
I also don't think they're, whatever the map you have currently up there, I don't think they're updating it because there's a lot more stuff showing blue than they're indicating with 35. So.
It may be, though, that because these are Senate seats, that the no, because if you have it would be the same ballots as for the popular vote. So why would that be an issue? That's a good question. House appears to have updated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, House has updated all of. I don't know. All I know is Ohio's blue. If that actually goes blue, this will be a banner day. I actually will have successfully called one of these things. In general, when I call it, you can just kind of go the other way. It's as if I called it for the other way. Let's see. Elon Musk's voter giveaway just took a big turn. We know about that giveaway, which is almost certainly illegal. I mean, the number of illegal things that these guys get away with, and I'm just like, he's giving away money to people who vote for Trump. If I recall, voters who signed in for his $1 million sweepstakes are now filing a suit against Musk and his America PAC, claiming they were misled on how the winners were to be chosen, according to Bloomberg magazine. That has also been copied. It's Bloomberg, Associated Press, and No Shit Weekly have all confirmed that. Oh, come on, that was fucking funny. Now I have to catch up with the loads of people telling me you've got 12 streams now. Okay. Yeah. I think we're any chance Ohio can stay blue? I think it may. We talked about Ohio earlier. And that if Ohio is blue, it will be the first time in basically 2 generations that they will be blue. It wasn't even in my parents' generation. I think somebody will figure out when was the last time they voted blue. The reason that some people have been anticipating them turning blue, and I have been convinced or swayed by these reasons, is essentially the abortion issue. And Ohio has become a state where the abortion issue, because of the local elections and the limitations that women are concerned about, and literally lives lost by doctors who refuse to perform surgeries, it's become such a strong issue that it may simply turn based on that one issue alone, which is kind of amazing because this is one of the things we've talked about for years on this show, which is how the Republicans, if they ever successfully overturned Roe v. Wade, that could be the worst thing that ever happened to them because they lose a huge wedge issue. Aunt Jer, let's see, the dogs will be running the show. It will be an improvement. I'd also like to replace some of the mods on the show. We're going to have a lot of new, after this election, we're going to have a lot of open positions around here. I'm just saying. All right. It was fine until I touched, I'm aware. Thank you. Why do I get the impression that the In Time's popularity has more to do with people waiting to watch me screw something up than whatever it is we're actually covering? It's like Mount Fuji has exploded, and we're covering that. And sorry, I just inadvertently streamed Pornhub right into the. Don't know how that happened. My OnlyFans page has been leaked. Yeah. Tim Russert and his whiteboard, I know. That actually reminds me. There was a one thing that I promised to show. This is just one thing. I hope we're not eating crow on this one tonight, but there was no way we could do a show, and there's been one or two other calls. We'll get to those in a second. There was no way we could do this show without this, so God bless.
Ma'am, what happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced?
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you.
Why would they
That's
try
my
to
favorite.
stop us with mace? I mean,
That
we're
was my
only trying to
favorite clip
overthrow the
of
government.
all time. It's a revolution.
You are aware how in my, I mean, listen, I will be honest. She's lucky she didn't get 2 in the chest, and she probably should have. I mean, it's like, to them, it's a joke storming the castle, and it's like, do you have any fucking idea what you're actually talking about? I mean, clearly she doesn't, but, you know, a number of officers died. The amount of self-restraint they showed was amazing. And in my view, if I had been there, I would have said, no, that kind of self-restraint isn't going to work. It did. I'm shocked. I'm usually the one who says, no, let's all be common love. And I was like, no. If you step foot on, if they had showed less restraint, I think there would have been a firefight and a lot more people would have died. So, but she probably deserved 2 in the chest. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that would be a little extreme, but I think they should have had a lot more personnel on hand, not just in the building, but around it. And then once things started to get out of hand and the crowd started to force their way in, literally arrest everybody.
Usually, police forces or security forces in charge of things kind of that important, they don't usually play around. And I'm actually a little surprised at the restraint that was showed by law enforcement there. Now, I think maybe it was because they were woefully outnumbered and, you know, they just had their pistols on them. I think maybe the calculus came into their mind that if we start shooting these people, we might incense them and they could very easily overrun us.
Plenty of crowd with long weapons.
It's amazing how fast a good pepper spray will change somebody's mind and attitude real quick.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, I don't know why that one upsets me so much. You guys know me very well, and you know, you Commander said that, you know, you think that's a bit extreme. Usually, I'm the moderate of the you know, and for some reason that one just incenses the shit out of me. It does. What can I do? All right. What I can do is maybe try to get a list of who's going to be closing when, and because that might be relevant to stuff we're covering today. I still got that Vermont paper. No.
They're showing on that map Connecticut is called.
Connecticut's been called, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, all for Harris. New Hampshire is light blue. New Jersey, Pennsylvania is light blue. If Pennsylvania and North Carolina,
New York is still open.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, that's because it's still open, so they're not making any projections. I wonder when they close. They probably close at 9. So this is again a reason why, like, a list of closing times. Let's see, closing. No. Hour by hour. No. Okay, that's a picture of a dog.
Are you getting the song yet? Closing time.
I'm just going to Google it. Closing. We'll close that, and then we'll look at we'll close that. Wow. Okay. 24 closing. There we go. So, Well, we've had a lot of closings. It says 6 Indiana and Kentucky. I thought that was okay. 7 Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. 7:30 North Carolina and Ohio. So Ohio is actually. This has to be central. This can't possibly be okay. So this says Eastern. So Ohio closed at 7:30 Eastern. I have a hard time believing that. 8 p.m. we are going to see a lot of closures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22 closures at 8 p.m. Eastern. Arkansas is going to close at 8:30. I was going to make a snide Arkansas comment, but I won't. I saved most of my snide comments for Texas, which deserves all of them. That light blue has gone to a light red, which is not unexpected. Ohio
Kansas
is now
is in Central Time Zone, though.
It is, but this says that this is latest closing times for each state adjusted to Eastern Standard.
Okay.
So that's all I got. Yeah, it just turned light. Ohio just turned light red. I'm very disappointed in you, Ohio. It would be nice if once in my life I could call one of these fucking things correctly. Then I was just about to say, shoot, I forgot, and I have a meeting with Abu coming up, and he's going to be like, I'd like to talk to you about your language. And I was like, yeah. No hablo inglés. That's the language I got. Yeah. All right. So I don't know. I think I got all the super chats. So let me double check that. I can't check that now. If you had a super chat in the previous show and I missed it, let me know. Let's see. Oh, there's another show that's. Yeah. I'm gonna have to clean up the number of shows that are like half running. Okay. I think I'm on the right one. I'm just gonna say hi to the live chat. Thanks for coming to welcome to the second. In Time is so committed to providing you with the best coverage that we will actually cover this election twice, just for our audience. You're welcome.
At my count, this is our 6th covering of it.
Yeah, I don't recall asking you. I'm just saying.
We're just that dedicated.
All things are relative.
Yeah, exactly. What is it? I love having an audience that will get the joke. Einstein and Schrodinger are in a car. Einstein's doing 80. He gets pulled over by a cop, and the guy goes, how fast you were going? He goes, no, of course not. Speed is relative. He says, okay, that's it. Get out of the car. It pulls both Schrodinger and Einstein out of the car. Takes Schrodinger to the back. They pop the trunk. There's a dead cat in the trunk. Turns to Schrodinger. It's like, there's a dead cat in your trunk? And Schrodinger goes, there is now. Papa Dutch, $2. That's okay. You can have another. Thank you so much, Papa Dutch. We really appreciate your support and appreciate the super chat.
May I have another?
Thank
you, sir. May I have another?
Oh, dear Lord. So, we've already talked about this, and so this is polling times seem to have changed a bit since I remember, because usually you get the very big blue start because of the whole East Coast, and that's what's going to happen when New York, when all of the liberal northeastern states kick in. Kamala Harris is going to jump by a huge margin, but there's still the Midwest that you have to contend with, and then of course she's going to get California, Oregon, and Washington. So it really is. When people also say, I think it's a bit of a misnomer, and I'd be curious what you guys think, but I keep hearing people say, well, California doesn't matter. California doesn't matter. It does matter. It's just pre-calculated into we're watching the states that, because we don't know what they're going to do. If California suddenly became red, elections would be very different in this country. It absolutely matters. It matters a huge deal. It's just nobody talks about it because it's predictable and reliable. And we talk about the other 6 states that, quote, matter. No, the others all absolutely matter. We just can already account for them. If that makes any sense. There may be a better way to put that, but
No, I think that's a very good way to put it. It's that you can't call states that haven't closed yet, but even so, you know that there's a very high likelihood that they're going to go that way.
okay. And let's see. Oh, the Carpathian. What number stream is this? Like 3, 4, 5. I don't recall asking you either, sir. In fact, if you want to just sort of escort yourself out of the building, you can go. You can go right ahead. Yeah, I almost fell for that Titan. Almost. I'm learning. Sort of slowly. $5 super chat from the Sinister Porpoise. What is the runtime complexity of the problem of induction? Okay, folks, this is about to turn into a really interesting stream. Today we are going to discuss Hume's problem of induction, and then we're going to add to that.
And with that, I'm going to have to get some sleep, man. I got to get up and.
Oh, look at the time.
Look, I've only done like 3 or 4 videos on it. It's not like, covering it another time would be. We've actually done more videos on this one election than I've done on Hume's problem of induction, if you want to be technical about it.
Yes, but you constantly talk about Hume's problem of induction, and you're like, I know I've done a video on it, so I won't get into it here. Then why did you mention it?
Okay, but just because I've talked about Hume's problem of induction in the past doesn't mean I'm going to keep talking about it in the future.
That is correct. We have no rational justification to believe that you will, in fact, talk about it every stream.
Exactly. You actually listened. I'm kind of touched.
I really like it.
He actually understood. You know what the problem is? He understands it. He's showing a demonstration of it that way. He's like, okay, if I actually know what it is, maybe he won't actually do it again. Let's see. Oh, Titan, I knew we would discuss Hume's problem of induction because we always do. Oh, that works on so many levels. Oh, that makes all of the crashing and everything else that's happened tonight worth it. All right, I'm going to refresh.
Hey, Virginia flipped back to being red, or tinted red, pink, I guess you call it.
Yeah. Now we've had a couple of unfortunate
Yeah, but Virginia
flips.
Doesn't have very much in here. How much is Virginia? Oh, they don't tell me. Oh, you bastards.
13. Virginia's 13.
13%?
13 votes. Electoral. Sorry, 13 electoral.
No. I was wondering what percentage
How much of the vote
has
is
been
in?
reported.
How much is in? Yeah, but I've been having a hard time getting that information.
Ohio and Virginia aren't listed on their list. I guess they didn't think they were important enough to include. So, but North Carolina is still only at 13%. Michigan's only at 5%, and Pennsylvania is only at 8%. So, although if they were to stop counting right now, Harris would have a commanding lead in Pennsylvania, 71.4% already. Wow.
What is it? PA is and now the Harris campaign has said Pennsylvania is extraordinarily important. It's got to be in part the size. What is it again for? Oh, got it. It's 19. Okay. I mean, she's going to get New York. She's going to get. When does New York call it? New York calls it at 9 p.m. So at 9 p.m. we get our next biggest batch of states, and then it's
that's what, in 26 minutes.
Yep. 26 minutes. We're going to get our next big batch of states, and I'm hoping by then a couple of these lighter colors will have turned solid. If Trump gets Georgia and North Carolina, that's a pretty decent win for him. And right now, both of those are in the light red. So I'm certainly not happy seeing that.
Yeah, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia all go. Well, Ohio, we were already kind of expecting, but
yeah, the fact that it was even contended that it was light blue even for a second was a shock. As was Texas. We'll
Yeah,
have to,
but Michigan and Pennsylvania is still showing light blue. Those are two very important states. Those are two of the swing states that we need to know.
and Illinois.
No.
Illinois.
No.
Oh, no, because it was.
No.
Yeah.
Not Illinois. Illinois is a known entity. It's going to be Democrat.
Oh, yeah, it's a dark blue. Yep.
Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Okay. My hope is that as those go in, the 220 map updates as those known. None of those are known entities yet. As soon as I think we're going to find out Michigan first. So as soon as we know,
Virginia flip flopping around because that's a leans Democratic. So if it were to stay red, that would be a change from the 270 to win map.
Okay. So let's see. We'll see if they update that map. I hope they do soon. Texas is 51-47. It's not far gone. Yeah, again, we tend to get the blues in first. So states tend to become darker, tend to become red over time because it is the more rural counties that take a longer time for their data to come in. So that's one reason why we see a lot of the flip-flopping that we see. So let's assume for a second Kamala wins. You're Joe Biden. You have two jobs now. Well, you have two things you can do. The first thing you can do is start trying to figure out how you're going to cement your... I think I'm getting a lot of background voice, I think, from you, Commander. So the you are Biden. Let's talk about first what is, in my view, and I think in the view of everyone on the panel here, the ideal set of circumstances, which is Kamala wins. You are Biden. You've now got a few things. One, the rest of you're going to be in office for another month and a half, 2 months. You can spend that time varnishing your legacy. Not a whole bunch you can do. You are the definition of a lame duck. Having said that, there's still some things you can do. But you can also take bold action in Israel if you'd like to without it falling on Kamala. You can try to take bold action in other areas, say possibly Ukraine, without it falling back on Kamala. Or you could just ride out the rest of your term. So I'll start with you, Commander. What do you think Biden is going to do in that set of circumstances?
I tend to agree that if he does anything significant, it's likely to be in foreign policy kind of stuff. But what I would love to see him do at that point is start taking moves on stuff pertaining to the elections. Because we have so many of these problems that keep arising, I think those need to be addressed. And law tends to be fairly vague in those areas. It would be good if the FEC get more involved in closer monitoring and regulating how states do some of this stuff.
Is there, especially with this Supreme Court, is there much that you think he'll be able to do about it? I mean, he's got some executive power, but presumably that's supposed to be left to the states anyway, and this court is very big on leaving to the state everything it possibly can.
I think there's still room for some maneuvering there. Because if you don't, then what's to stop states from simply saying, yeah, we're not going to have people vote, it doesn't matter. The appointed by party governor gets to decide where all our electoral votes go. And that's kind of the direction that certain people are trying to push things right now.
I think that's going to run afoul of the Constitution, though, because the Constitution.
Oh, sure it is. But with this Supreme Court, They don't give a damn what the Constitution says. They just make it up so that their party gets to do whatever the fuck it wants.
I still think they'd have a hard time doing that when it's that explicitly stated. That the one of the
They
duties
just
of the federal
ruled that the
government is to
president can
ensure.
literally do anything he wants and declare it as in his official capacity, and he cannot be prosecuted for it.
I don't believe that's what they said at all.
That's
but
exactly what they fucking said.
I don't believe that is, but we're not going to agree on that particular point. But I mean, it's stated so blatantly that the federal government shall ensure a Republican form of government in all of the states. So if any particular state decided we're doing away with all of this stuff, I think there would be some really good challenges to come against them. Although it does just feed into the division of now we're going to draw states themselves into this division, and that starts getting really dangerous with the possibility of civil war.
I totally agree. And
which is
I think I've said before on here, I agree, but I think that's the direction we're headed in.
Yeah, very well, maybe. I hope not.
Yeah,
it's going to make it really difficult for me to deliver freight across the country if the states get involved in being. It's hard enough when there's large scale unrest, and I have to start picking the spots that I'm driving through and going like, okay, we're not taking these interstates because they go too close to the center of this city that's having massive protests going on. So if now we start throwing states into the mix, that states start getting squirrely. And now it's like, okay, now I got to figure out how to drive around to this state. That makes things way difficult. So I'm really hoping that, and I happen to kind of like modern way of life. All of its problems and foibles. I mean, it's brought some really great things. Natural selection is no longer a particularly significant influence in our lives, and for better or worse, there are people that argue that's a bad thing. But I kind of like having my life being as easy as it is, historically speaking.
Sure.
All right,
which is why I don't get on with all of the people. Yeah, we need to have another revolution in here, and we need to overthrow this overreaching government. And he's like, I can't believe you don't support us. It's like, well, I agree with you that I think that the federal government has become entirely too bloated, is doing way too much things, and has completely exceeded its power. I don't think a civil war is going to turn out the way you think that it is. And, life isn't all that bad. We can work on these problems.
And not for nothing, but the ones who are most interested in the Civil War right now are the same ones who were most interested in it last time, who also greatly underestimated the difficulty. Now, both sides underestimated. The North thought it would be over pretty quickly, but having said that, the South thought winning would be a piece of cake, and Commander would know that better than I would, but that's my understanding. What I'd like to do is Papa Dutch, $5, critical race theory. The ratio of horsepower to torque plus handling and traction factored by air resistance and gross vehicle weight. Critical race theory. Thank you very much. Also, Papa Dutch observing that in talking to people in the line to vote this morning, a common thought was, it's better to vote in person so that it will be counted. And K&K is also here. Hello, Nick, Commander, Isandering, and everyone in the chat. Thank you all for joining this, the first stream of the day.
To respond to the thing about voting in person.
Yes.
We vote by mail here in Washington, and I can check the state website to see whether my ballot has been registered or not.
Yeah, my wife keeps doing that. She's like, I put it in there, but it hasn't been counted yet. And I'm like, okay, well, give it some time. It takes a little bit of time. Since we're all doing mail-in ballots, it'll take a few.
So, I do think when people have been concerned about the mail-in ballots, jeez. I was looking at the projections. Commander knows exactly what just happened in my head. I was like, what the hell? They called California? It's like, okay. This has been an interesting stream. Again, it's our first stream of the day. To those of you joining us, thank you so much. It's been a delightful stream. I think we're gonna just relegate that to
nothing. Nothing has been called other than Florida is solid red, not pink, on that projections map. Otherwise, everything that's actually been called is still in line with the 270 map. So
Okay, so and the 270 map didn't actually again predict a Kamala win. It just had her up by 7 delegates, which is an advantage. It's let's see. I mean, against if she loses North Carolina and Virginia, that advantage is if she loses either one, that's obviously the advantage is meaningless. But if she gets Pennsylvania and Michigan, that advantage is going to be what puts her over the top. But and then if Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona get split, it really depends. The problem is we're not dealing with even numbers. The general consensus is that people would like to get rid of the Electoral College. There's no easy way to do that in as much as you'd need a constitutional amendment. But somebody has suggested repeatedly that you could pass a law requiring all of the delegates to vote according to the popular vote. Thereby, the Electoral College still is there and still operates, but their votes are actually legally required to follow the popular vote. I suspect, as Andrew, with your knowledge of the Constitution, you'd have a better idea of how this flips in, but I'm definitely would be curious of either of you of what you think of that possibility or solution.
I think that they could try it, and then it's going to be litigated. I don't believe there's anything specific about whether they could or couldn't do it. Originally, if it didn't explicitly say you could do it, then it was prohibited from the government from doing that. But today I'm sure that it would go to the courts, and then they would have to decide whether they're going to allow that. And as the commander has pointed out, it's unlikely that they would say that that's okay to do.
Any thoughts, Commander?
You on mute here?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. I was curious if you had any thoughts on getting rid of the Electoral College. By essentially, you can't get rid of it.
I think to get rid of the Electoral College would require a constitutional amendment. I would even go further than that by saying it would probably require a constitutional convention to make that happen, because it's such a fundamental part of the Constitution.
Yeah, and I
don't
really
see
doubt that you would get an amendment passed, because 3/4 of the states are not going to approve that, because you got Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma, South Dakota, North Dakota. All of those states are all going to go absolutely not, because you're taking away the importance of our state in the election. So
yeah, because people in Wyoming should count as 6 times more votes than the people in California. I mean, it's entirely appropriate, I think, right?
well, ever since they
We just lose Andrew?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Went silent mid-sentence.
Listen, I would love to take credit for it. I mean, there are plenty of times I've wanted to, hit the mute button, but that wasn't me.
Sorry, I'm back. We had a homeless issue. No, I'm sorry. Ever since the 17th Amendment, which made senators, popularly elected, it throws into question, the reasoning behind a lot of this. Because originally, the reason that the Senate, each state had 2 senators, was because the Senate was supposed to represent the states' interests themselves, not the people's. and the states were all to be considered equal to each other with an equal say. And then you had the House of Representatives, which was supposed to be the voice of the people, and so they condensed that together so that all states were going to be equal in that they had automatically had 2 votes, and then any other votes that they would get would be based off of their population. So that's how they came up with all that. So you're going to get a whole bunch of states that are going, hey, you're diminishing us as a state that is supposed to be equal to all the other states regardless of our population. So it's like, I thought it was a fairly well done way of trying to balance states' interests to get them to come together. But I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't be able to get that constitutionally passed. Although, well, no, I can understand why they added the 17th Amendment, because who doesn't want more democracy?
But
So
the thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, the Electoral College is not set in stone in terms of how many electors there are.
correct, because the
So
population
why
of
not
states
just-
change.
Right. So why not just modify it so that X number of people give you 1 electoral vote?
Because then you would be reducing the equality of the states as states between themselves. The foundation of it was
No,
that
I
every
understand
single
that. You've
state.
already gone over that. But my
I think-
question is, why are we saying that people who live in Wyoming are 6 times more important than people who live in California?
Because
But
Wyoming is still a state and it still has standing in and of itself.
So it has 2 fucking senators.
Okay, hold up. I think his question is it constant? We know that constitutionally the Electoral College is there. When Commander asked what determined if the number was predetermined, you said no because it goes by population. But I think that was actually a yes to Commander's question. I think his question that he wants clarity on is there any possibility of ad hoc declaring specifically, okay, they will only have, let's say, 1 per state, and that one just 1. Is that possible, or does the Constitution preclude that? Was entering?
I'm not sure I
with the way
understand
that-
what you're saying.
With the way that it was founded, it would preclude that because you always start with 2. So that would, in order to change that part of it and just say, let's just get away with, everybody has 2, okay, get rid of them, because that doesn't make any, it makes no difference to the overall count, proportion. So get rid of that and just go straight off of population. That I'm pretty sure would require a constitutional amendment to do because of the way that it was instituted originally.
All right. So, so according to the Constitution, each state starts with 2 and then has it apportioned by population.
Population.
And there's no
Correct.
other
And they
way.
do that
There's no other
by their
constitutional way.
representatives.
Yeah. So, and that's right. It's by
Right,
representatives. So unless you modify sorry.
Right. So what you have to do is you have to make sure that it's proportional for that portion that's being dealing with population, that the numbers are such that you're not invalidating large numbers of people in populous states and overemphasizing people in non-populous states. So you take the smallest state population, for example, and say that constitutes 1 elector. And then using that as the template, then you figure out how many other electors go from
That would be an interesting way of constituting it, but that would require a constitutional amendment to change.
Oh, I agree. But we said that from the entry of this discussion.
All right. Oh, I'm getting messages here a little late. In fact, I'm sorry. So apologies for the few messages that I've gotten late. Papa Dutch, just another 2. Thank you so much, Papa Dutch, for your continuing contribution. We really do appreciate it, again, especially on what's going to be, I think, a long stream. $2. Sounds like a game of Monopoly or Risk. Yeah. Well, actually, Monopoly, the funny thing is, I loved Monopoly as a kid. And now I really do, like, as an adult, I see it as the 1984 of capitalism. I play the game. I was like, no, this is exactly how capitalism works. You play until you wipe out everybody else off the map. That's it. That's all capitalism is. Oh, dear Lord. All right. So let's see. We've got... Risk, definitely Risk, maybe roulette. All right. So, let's see. We've got, I don't think we have any other states that have turned at 9. We are expecting 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 17 states to, 17 states to flip, not to flip, sorry, to be,
Well,
done. Yeah, Pennsylvania has now gotten a bomb threat. Let's see, this happened 10 minutes ago. A bomb threat prompted the evacuation of a government building in Westchester, Pennsylvania, where voting services are located. Let's see, in-person ballots. Now, voter services there for in-person ballots delivered after 8 p.m. So it's, I guess it's, have they closed? I thought they, well, I guess anything delivered after 8 p.m. I don't know if that's like a, if it's like a repository or something, but this is just one in a series of repeated bomb threats in multiple states. Georgia and Arizona have also reported non-credible threats, with officials saying that they suspect the threats originated from Russia. So, once again, we've got a lot more. There were lots of groups of people. Oh, sorry, Commander, we're getting background again.
it's all right.
No worries. There were lots of groups of people standing outside. I didn't think anything of it. Security told me they were unable to enter due to a bomb threat and to stay posted for additional times to come back and vote. So, once again, how much have we seen of Russian interference in this election? In past elections, it's been talked about a lot. In this one, it hasn't really been talked about. The biggest that we've seen, which I thought was, I'm not going to say ingenious, but it was a clever way to escalate. In previous times, they have, they were putting out misinformation that they themselves created. They're still doing that, but now what they're doing is taking Americans who are already have already drunk the Kool-Aid and creating their own misinformation and just paying them to keep doing it. And improving them. That's an interesting change in strategy. If there is a way for us to know as civilians how much of this there's been, or whether we've been successful at all in combating it, I don't know. I do know that Elon Musk is now one of the people who has purportedly gotten Russian money for not explicitly for the purpose of. Hold on a sec.
Repeat after me, Nick. Repeat after me. Unregistered agent of a foreign government.
Unregistered agent of a foreign government. I thought that was a diplomat.
No.
Not if they're unregistered.
Exactly. It's
It's
a law you can apply to anybody who's doing stuff like that, and they get to do time in the big house.
So Harris defeats Trump in Virginia. I don't know if we have that up here. This says Virginia is red, but the the Hill says Harris has won Virginia. So the Hill is calling it for Kamala Harris. She's at 49% to Trump's 49.3 with an estimated 50% reporting. But they're saying based on what is out, they're calling it, the Hill is calling Virginia for Harris. So I don't know if nobody else appears to have made that call. But
that will have to do with which precincts are reported.
Yeah, and
there's certain precincts you can feel confident are going to go one way or the other.
Yep, especially again, the more urban ones are going to go. Yep, urban women. She's actually dropping. She's now at 48.9, and he's on to 49.4. So, okay. The Hill is calling it. They're calling it as of 2 minutes ago. I'm not sure how good the Hill is as. I mean, the Hill is a reliable paper. I'm not sure how good they are at making these calls, especially since nobody else has called it.
You're probably getting a lot of stuff entered from like Tidewater, Richmond area, that area, up in the Shenandoahs, those are going to be solid red areas. And I would think that the areas particularly closer to DC proper are going to take a while to report in. There are so damn many voters in that area.
Does this have? Yeah. So this has. This just doesn't. Why does this not say?
Maine
Oh,
is red.
47%.
Or Maine is pink, I mean.
Yeah, Maine is so, and that's probably going to switch one of those because Maine divides theirs. Maine has 4, and they divide them proportionately. So the expectation, I think we'll see this if we go back to this one, is that right now they've got 2 as light blue, 1 solid red, 1 as solid blue. So that's actually still, and then. We should be seeing some of these flip or some new data coming in because it's coming around 9 o'clock. I want to get back into the live chat. Papa Dutch again with $2. Thank you once again, Papa Dutch, for your continued support. It means a lot to us, and we really appreciate it when we have regulars who support us. So thank you, sir. Somebody's audio sounds like an airport lobby.
Yeah, that's mine, because my wife is in the room holding conversations very similar to what we're doing here with friends on the phone. She won't keep her voice down.
We'll blame his andering because that's just what we like to do here on the show.
But you paid me the big bucks for.
That's exactly right. At this point, I may have to pay you more if I keep blaming you so much for shit. I got to try to find a way to blame you for what happened with the stream going down and repeatedly coming back up again. Not sure how to do that, but if there's a way. So we have a whole bunch.
Here you go. It was my employment tryout for a Russian agent.
There you go. In Time is such a leading source of news that unfortunately we do suffer a great many Russian attacks and attempts to infiltrate us. None have been successful. I mean, none have been successful at all, ever. There are no Russian, Nikto, Ruski, Ludis, this, nothing. I have no idea what it's getting warm in here. I'm gonna, let's change the topic. So that's probably not something I should be joking about. Trump just got a whole bunch of boosts, but these are all solid reds that we were expecting. So we're still looking at Michigan, Pennsylvania. New York is now in. That has given Kamala a very large boost. Still waiting on Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Rhode Island's all in. New Hampshire. Maine has now gone to 3 blues and 1 red, which is again what they were expecting on 270 to win. So 270 to win still looks accurate. It's not going to be until the toss-ups start coming in, and of course Pennsylvania is being coy. So we're going to have to wait on Pennsylvania and Michigan, but they're both blue. But I think it's going to be a waiting game. So Trumpty Dumpty.
Yeah, I think once we get a good call on Pennsylvania, I have a feeling we'll have a good idea of where we're headed. But at only 16% reporting, I mean, they are taking their time.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania's got more rural than most areas, but that is, I don't know. Does anyone have any idea why Pennsylvania seems to be taking longer?
My guess would be some of the urban areas, because you've probably got long lines and you still have to accept people who are already in line to vote prior to the polls being closed. So you may have long lines of people waiting to vote, so that's might be what's going on.
That would make a lot of sense. Okay.
Particularly because we know that's a state that at least the Democrats have been heavily focused on turning out the voters. They may have overburdened polling stations.
That makes a lot of sense. So, Xander, I hadn't asked you what, and I know Biden is absolutely not your preferred candidate by any stretch of the imagination. What do you hope that he does or takes advantage of? There are some advantages of lame duck status, not a lot, but some. Do you have any hopes of anything that he may do as a lame duck? No political repercussions. He's never going to run for office again. Anything that you hope that he does with his last 2 months in office?
I'm sure there are some things that I could come up with if I sat down and thought about it for a while. I'm not convinced that Biden himself is going to initiate anything. Perhaps many of his aides and advisors may push him into trying to do some stuff. I would like to see what could be done. I mean, not being able to get Congress. I don't think Congress is going to budge or move on anything after the election, regardless of who wins. I think they're just going to lock everything down. So we're talking about only things that he could enact by executive order or already has authority over to act. And I'm trying to think of anything that I know there's some things I would like for him to do, but I know he's not going to. I would like him to use his authority as the executive to, perhaps better secure the southern border, but he would have done that already if he was going to. I don't know what he can do insofar as trying to shore up, at the very least, the appearance, the perception of voter security, because we're losing that rapidly. And if that goes too far down, much like the perception of the rule of law, that's how countries end up collapsing. I would hope that he would work towards trying to shore up that, hey, yeah, that we're looking at any irregularities or any reports seriously. We're actually doing good, in-depth, open investigations of them, and providing timely analysis of each of these instances. I think that would go a long way towards reducing some of the perception of unsecure elections.
I'm going to ask.
These bomb threats. I was going to say, I think these bomb threats that are being called in are part of that. I think the Russians. It's not really that they're pushing one candidate over another per se. What they're trying to do is cause the nation to lose confidence in the system. That we don't believe that the election system is fair, that the judicial system is fair, the government is fair. And that is the big defeat, because once that happens, then everybody's going to start leaning towards populists with authoritarian solutions. And they're doing a disturbingly good job of accomplishing that.
Yeah. We should probably.
That would probably be my biggest hope, that Biden, because there's no real consequences for Biden at this point. I would hope that he would do everything, his administration would do everything in their power to, be prompt and take all issues, any irregularities or purported malfeasance seriously, investigate it fully and supply the findings publicly as quickly as he could, to do everything he can to shore up confidence in the electoral system.
I will absolutely grant you. I will absolutely grant you that it's the administration and not Biden. I've been willing to grant that one for quite some time. So, Gaming with Robin, €6. I got that right this time. It's been like a year, and I finally got it right. Thank you, Gaming with Robin. It's been a long time. It is really nice to see you back. Thank you for joining us. Greetings and good luck from a rather nervous watcher from the Netherlands. Definitely. I think we're all a little nervous. The good news is it's kind of easier for us.
It's a really interesting question from Lisa. It says, how long by law do they have to count the votes?
That's determined by state law.
Yeah.
No, well,
And in some places, but they were still recounting the vote over a year afterwards. In some states, I think that Arizona was a case in point of that. The state GOP kept appealing it, and they paid to do another count. And when you pay for it, you kind of oversee what's being done. And they had to pay for it. They oversaw what was being done. And each time they did it, they lost by even more.
I remember that. I remember
Yeah,
that.
but it's like, it's one of those, I won't take no for an answer, so you keep pushing the envelope. And at some point, the governor or the state attorney general, state secretary of state says, okay, we're going to say that we're done. And we'll go forward from here.
And I'm looking, so most of the certification deadlines look like they are about November 30th. They're late November. So there's local certification deadlines. So that would probably be of each precinct. So for Massachusetts, for example, it's November 20th for the precincts. They all have to have the local certifications done. And then the state certification deadline is November 30th. December 6th is Mississippi. That's the furthest, latest one I see out. My question is there's got to be a deadline for the delegates to be sent to, regardless of the vote, for the delegates to be sent to Congress and for Congress to certify. I would imagine you'd think I'd know that better given what happened last time, but I honestly don't know.
So by de facto, it would be January 6th.
Yeah, I guess. It would have to be, yeah.
Because that's when Congress, that's when Congress certifies. So all of the delegates have to be in place to give their vote and then certify it. Congress certify it on the 6th. So I guess that would be a de facto. They have till then.
So what would happen if, you see, because there has to be some point where, unfortunately, there has to be some point where it doesn't matter how the results came out, you go forward anyway. So if, for example, it was proven beyond any doubt that Gore won the election and should have been president, well, you could argue to undo everything that Bush did, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So at some point, it's sort of like, you just say, okay, it's an injustice, but there's nothing we can do. We go forward. I personally argue and actually genuinely believe that Trump was never president the first time. It was Ron Paul. Reason being, and both of you have heard this argument before, that there was enough interference from Russians, not in the entire election, but in the districts by which Hillary Clinton lost, enough that you could credibly say, in fact, quite easily say, that Hillary Clinton actually won the election both by the popular vote and by the Electoral College, but for Russian interference. Having said that, I think Obama refused to do that because he did not like the idea of him, President of the United States, de facto handing the presidency over to his party's nominee over the other party's nominee, no matter how much evidence there was. So I think he just, for the sake of expediency, said, it's going to be Trump because that's what the numbers appear to say. But I think what he should have done, and I think what technically, really, legally actually happened, was that the election couldn't possibly have been certified because it was tampered with. Ergo, there was never a president or vice president elected in the United States for that election cycle. Ergo, it was the next in line, which would be the Speaker of the House, who was Ron Paul. Sorry, Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan. I don't know. I always confuse the two. So my view is it was actually him. Now let's assume that we could actually prove that and demonstrate that. Well, you can't go back. So is it at the certification point? What happens? Let's say 3 days.
If for some reason they could not certify the election, or none of the candidates got to 270 votes, then it would be voted on in the House of Representatives, overseen by the Speaker of the House, and the Congress, the House of Representatives would select the next president.
Interesting. Okay, I think I heard that before, but I'd forgotten that. Okay.
And then you also have a situation like what occurred in 1960, where the Nixon basically conceded Illinois to JFK because he didn't want to bring the country to a state of chaos. But there was a huge amount of question about fraud being, particularly in the Chicago area during that election cycle. That's where you get Jimmy Hoffa and everybody involved. So you could actually have a situation where one candidate just decides for the good of the country, they're going to say, okay, I give in. But with today's political mentalities, I see that as not likely. I think people will dig in and fight tooth and nail. And the country be damned in some cases.
So, Commander, you had said that you think the U.S. is already in a civil war. It's just a cold civil war. I think that's what I recall. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm trying to be careful saying this.
I think that's a fairly accurate statement, or at least I won't go so far as to say it's in a cold civil war, but I think we're in the lead-in stage. We're in the, to put it in context of the first American Civil War, we're in the bleeding Kansas phase.
All right. So, next question first question I'd ask is, what would you want? What would be your wish list for Biden to do in the final days of his administration? Now that now obviously he won't be able to get congressional support or anything like that, but he still has executive action he could take. Now the next question is, you're Biden, and you wake up tomorrow and you hear that Trump has won, and you have 2 months to insulate the government. And we will say Biden and or his administration, because I agree with Xandering on that. But at any rate, the how you phrase it aside, what?
Yeah, just say the Biden administration.
The Biden administration. What do you do? I'll start with Commander.
I think you try to get laws and regulations in place that prevent Trump and the MAGAs from doing what amounts to a wholesale purge of government to only put their people in any position of authority and fire anybody who isn't an absolute loyalist, which is what they've said they intend to do if they win.
And that's the only problem that I foresee in this, in your hypothetical here, is anything that Biden can actually do, the Biden administration could actually do, is all executive authority, and can just as quickly and easily be undone by executive authority as soon as Trump takes office.
So essentially,
Without Congress's support, there's not really anything he could do to try and insulate anything, because anything he did do would just be immediately undone by Trump for his first day in office.
So if, for example,
well, let me pose a follow-on to that.
Please.
There are enough Republicans, we know this is true, there are enough Republicans, elected ones, who worry about Trump excesses, that you might be able to push the law through with bipartisan support to do something along the lines of what I just mentioned. So that would not be an executive action. Now, would the other side, the MAGA side, try to stymie that? Yeah, damn sure. But you might be able to get it through.
Yeah, I think it would be good to say focus efforts on trying to get safeguards in place, whatever those would look like, that you can get non-MAGA Republicans on board with, and really focus on trying to get Congress to move on those kinds of things during the lame duck session. I think that would probably be the best use of the Biden administration's efforts at this point.
Trying to figure out who's the current Speaker of the House? I don't know. My brain just blanked on it.
Johnson?
Johnson, thank you. Yeah, the problem is without Johnson, you can't get the Republic. If he's not going to, Johnson's not going to permit a vote on anything, so it's not going to matter. All right.
Yeah, but I would still say that would probably be the best use of the time and political clout is to still attempt to do that and to do it very, very publicly.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. All right, so K&K put this in, and I assume this is probably accurate, so thank you very much, K&K, for answering this question. December 11th, states issue certifications of ascertainment.
Ascertainment.
Okay. You'll explain that to me in a minute. December 17th, electors vote in their states. December 25th, electoral votes arrive. On or before January 3rd, the archivist transfers certifications to Congress. January 6th, Congress counts the electoral votes. What is certificates of ascertainment?
They're certifying that they have ascertained that these are the vote tallies.
Well, when you put it like that way, it sounds
a very
pretty
archaic
obvious.
method of saying. It's a very archaic way of saying it, but yeah, we have ascertained. We certify that we have ascertained the results of our election are thus.
Now I feel a little stupid just for asking. What does it mean when you ascertain something? That means, Nick, that you have determined who won the election. Fucking, yeah, all right. Aren't you guys lucky you got me as a host? I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure anybody's job is going to survive the night at this point. Oh, dear Lord. All right.
Hey, well, when you come across like kind of archaic things like that and you're like, what? Why can't you just say what you mean? And it's like, well, when we wrote this down, everybody knew that's what this meant. It's not my fault it fell out of favor of use.
If Kamala wins and is reelected, this is from Yahooligan, would that make her the longest consecutive White House leader? In other words, could she be in the White House for 8 more years, 12 years total? I'm assuming it's no. The previous 4. I know the answer is no, but I'm still trying to figure out because I'm not sure the math is right on that. She would, and I mean, I'm not sure I consider the VP a leader. The VP has only 2 powers in Congress, and I actually hate to say this, but I agree with Cheney. The VP is closer to the executive branch the legislative branch, because they've got 2 powers, one legislative, one executive. The executive power is to break a tie in the Senate. The legislative power is to assume the presidency if, for some reason, the president can no longer function as president. But their title...
You said that backwards. Their legislative responsibility is to break a tie in the Senate. Their executive responsibility is to assume the presidency upon the incapacitation or death of the president.
Thank you. So I think there's a good argument to be made that they are a part of the legislative branch and not the executive branch. So having said that, she's in the White House, but she doesn't have a role in the White House other than what the president gives her. And it's only sort of in the last few generations that presidents have been relying on the VP to help them. In fact, originally the VP was whoever lost the election, so it was somebody who was directly in opposition to your own views, and were usually locked out of the White House. They don't have They don't have security clearance de facto. They don't have. They're not given any power or control over anything in the executive branch except what the president sort of says, okay, let them do, when it's just been kind of traditional. So, she's been in the White House. Has she been a leader? Sort of. I don't know. So who had 4? I know we've had at least 3. What would that be? Roosevelt was 3 times elected.
He was elected president 3 times. He's the longest serving president. Even though he died shortly after getting elected 3 times, he was actually elected 3 times.
Do the, and I'm going to need to go get some more water because I'm completely out of water. I'll still be able to hear you, but I'm going to get some water. I will ask this question before I go. Do the, dear Lord, term limits, are the term limits in the White House sufficient, or should they be shorter or longer? And should we have term limits? I think I know what the answer is for each of you on this. Should we have term limits in Congress and or in the Supreme Court?
Congress, the House, and the President. Congress, the House, and the President all have term limits. The Supreme Court is the only one that doesn't. They serve for life.
No, he means in limiting the number of terms somebody can serve. Currently, only the presidency has a limit on the number of terms that can be served.
Well, there are some states that have restrictions on that.
I know of no state that has a restriction on House representatives or Senate. They have term limits on things like governorships, but the federally there is no limit on the number of
terms. I see okay.
Right. So there's obviously my answer is absolutely. I think that there should be not only individual term limits for individual positions, but a total number of federal elected office years that can be served. And I also do believe that Supreme Court justices should be appointed for a period of time upon which they retire and are not eligible for reappointment.
I would agree. But try to get that through.
Yeah.
Don't hold your breath.
Yeah, we're not. I don't. Well, I don't know. Well, no, not for that one. I was going to say, well, you never know. I mean, it took Roosevelt winning 3 elections before the impetus was in place to limit the terms that a person can serve as president. But that's not. I was thinking, well, if Trump wins again, maybe there will be an impetus, enough to push for. But it's like, wait, that's the executive branch. That's not going to affect the legislative branch. And that's where we're talking about. And of course, nobody's talking about the judiciary, really, at least not politically speaking. Plenty of people have pointed out and commentators have pointed out, hey, maybe we should think about doing this. I think it would probably be before going for a bunch of grandiose, let's get constitutional amendments passed so that we can limit something or change this or change that. I think that we should all focus really strongly in our own states to try and get ranked voting passed in all of the states.
Yeah.
Currently, there's only 2 that have it, but it's working really well, and I think that would help curb some of the excesses of extreme sides of the political divide. So I think that would help moderate our elections, and then I think we might actually be able to start getting some federal changes, possibly some constitutional amendments to try and even things out a little bit.
I just checked something. FDR actually had 4, not 3.
Oh, 4.
Yeah, his first was in 32, then 36, then 40, and then 44. And he died in 45.
Yeah, I can't remember. He died right after getting inaugurated.
Yeah, shortly after.
Yeah, and that was
2 months.
The impetus to go, hey, we should not do that anymore. Let's change that.
So we've talked on occasion about, and sorry, I'm going to have to say again, Commander, you're bleeding through there. So we've talked before about what in my view is one of the biggest downsides of this country, which is that it is a 2-party system. Now, it didn't start as a 2-party system, but because the executive branch became winner take all, that favors a 2-party system, and so now we are down to a 2-party system. And a two-party system naturally encourages and rewards brinksmanship, which ultimately usually leads to the demise of the system, as far as I can tell. And if anyone disagrees, you can explain why in a minute. Having said that, ranked choice. I've gotten into many arguments with people about how could you change it so that you could get a third party, and it seems like there's no real way to get a third party, and we again discussed some of how and why that is on this show. It's the way the system is right now, all third parties get eaten up. That's why all of the other parties got eaten up into the two we have now, and there's no easy way to change that. However, ranked choice may overcome that problem. So what I'd like to do, and I'll start with Azandering, if you could please explain, Azandering, what is ranked choice? My suspicion is 90% of our audience knows it, but I would like to have that explained anyway. And then explain if in your view, well, it does seem actually, just based on what you said, that in your view, ranked choice would get around the problems of a two-party system. So I would like to understand why.
Well, because instead of just winner take all, you can you make your selection for, hey, here's my first pick, and then you also have to make a second pick and sometimes a third pick. So it allows you to rank candidates for particular office in your order of preference. So do you want me to actually like lay out how it exactly works? Because it starts to get a little complicated unless you can write it down and show you exactly what it is, but I can try.
Well, so basically, if somebody doesn't have enough votes to win, the lowest ones get knocked out, and the second choice goes on, and the third choice, and everybody keeps stacking up the choices until somebody has enough to win. It's easier to understand on paper. I may not have explained it well so that everybody can get it, but that's roughly it. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
All right.
It's
so
like, and when you're first doing it, it's like, okay, this works generally more, and it would spread up to the federal level a little bit more than this, because in the states you would end up like in Washington. How many people we had running for governor? What was it? 8 different people, I think, we had running for governor.
Yeah, something like that.
And yeah, so they would be ranked, by you would have to put your first 4 preferences for who you would like in order of the way the way you'd want them. So you'd rank them 1, 2, 3, 4. And if nobody got over 50% of the vote, then all the bottom 4 candidates and probably the bottom 5 candidates would all be eliminated, and you'd have to do another vote. So it's just a way of spreading things out where, even though a major political party may not actually get all of the votes they need, and because somebody was everybody's number 2 choice, they could actually win.
So this makes it a lot easier too like with third-party candidates right now, we're highly incentivized to not vote for them because they very easily become a spoiler. This is a great example, which is if too many people vote for a third-party candidate and all of a sudden Trump gets into office, which most people can agree is at least in our circles can agree is a really bad thing. It's sort of like, even if you have someone you greatly prefer to Kamala, you have to vote for Kamala because you cannot risk that by voting for a third party, Kamala would end up losing and Trump would end up winning. This would get around that problem, no?
Allegedly,
Yes.
it would. Allegedly.
Yeah.
I think
It should.
I was going to say, I think the best way of describing it is the current system we have is more focused on the vote not really being for who you want to have the office, but who you don't want to have the office. And if you go with rank voting, it opens up the possibility for somebody who's not so thoroughly detestable of being able to say they get in, whereas the guy who had a lot of high ranks but still was hated by a lot of people, that second place player might be able to get in.
Yeah, I mean, when you start trying, the funny thing is not being able to write it down and like show you step by step how it works, it starts to get really confusing. And to just explain it, because usually what happens is the person who gets the least number of first choice, they get eliminated from the election. So, even if they're prominent, if they weren't the first choice of everybody voted number 2 on that person, and there's 4 different people that were running, the person who made number 2 on everybody's list but didn't make a single number 1 gets eliminated. So it makes it a little bit easier and more viable for lots of different people to run, because you can, again, like Commander was saying, you can actually vote for who you want, not vote based on who you don't want.
Okay, Reuters, and so let's see. Reuters has Harris at 62 and Trump at 162. AP has it 99 to 178. So this is what we got into earlier, which is that each organization is going to have its own metric for calling them. These metrics include, but are not limited to, exit polls, where they're polling people as they're coming out, and so they're trying to determine who, and they say, who did you vote for, yada, yada, yada. And historical polling data, and what they know about individual precincts that I have not yet reported, but they expect they're going to go blue or red or whatever else, and every organization has its own metric for it. I'm a fan of AP and Reuters. Right now I'm going to stick with the AP. Reuters does, if I recall, lean a little to the right. That doesn't usually have an impact on that particular algorithm that I'm aware of, but at any rate, that's what we see going on. There was something I wanted to, oh God, yeah. I think one thing I'm going to do is, because we had issues earlier, there was something I was going to do that we have never done live. We are one of the only channels that I know of that has not done this live, but I think our audience is worth it. And the calamity of earlier today, having 6 shows, all of them going haywire simultaneously, deserves this. So to our audience, you're welcome.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
That was this show. What?
Don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Exactly. That was this show about an hour ago. We're doing it live. I think. I don't know. YouTube says we're not, but the Carpathian, you need a monster raving loony party. Absolutely right. Well, right now that's the Republican Party. So let's see. We are at 9:30. So I'm going to see who else we're expecting to come in at 10. But I think 10, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Oregon, Utah. We're not expecting. Nevada would be nice to know. Did I? No, I confused it again.
I think Aunt Jer had a good question.
Oh, please.
In the live chat, it was like, which local government official or officials do we bug to get ranked choice voting proposal on the ballot? One of the first thing I would do is your city commissioner or your county commissioner, city councils. Those are probably the easiest to get involved with and try and get ranked choice voting in there. There's several cities across the country that already have ranked choice voting to elect their city council members. So I would push for that. I would also search for any organizations in your state that are pushing for or campaigning for or trying to get out the information to other voters who are putting out petitions in Washington state. Like how you get petitions on state ballots differs between states and Washington. You have to get a certain number of signatures for a proposal, and you can get the proposal put up to be voted on. So I would get involved with any and all organizations in your state that are pushing for ranked choice voting, I would be getting involved in your very local elections and local political scene, like county-wide, city and county-wide, to try and get them moved over, get those systems moved over. Because if you can get, the majority of the cities on ranked choice, and you have really good demonstrable evidence to show of how this system works, and you can also donate time and money and manpower to any of the organizations pushing it on a state level, and try and just get enough people, and just don't shut up about it. Talk to everybody about ranked choice. It's like, oh wow, this election, wow, man, what a crap show it was. I don't want to have to run into this shit show again. Why don't we try and do something a little differently here?
I agree with you. Try to do it at the lower levels first, because that gets people comfortable with the system. And
it gives you good evidence to go up to your higher, to state level and say, look, we've got 32 counties that are doing ranked choice. Here are the outcomes. Look at how it's changed, the voting behaviors. Look at what the kinds of advertisements that are going are less negative, because it's like you not only have to appeal to all of your people that you want, but you have to appeal to the people who you wouldn't be their first choice for. It adds a lot more calculus into not just let's just call Orange Man bad all the time and try and run a campaign that way. You're going to have to be a little bit more strategic, because you have to appeal to people who you're not going to be their first choice for. You still have to be able to appeal to those people as well. It just helps that not only is it gets people used to the idea, but it's easier on a smaller scale to get something enacted, and then it gives you something to point to. Right now we can just point to like Alaska and Nevada, I think.
And I think that's one of the sad weaknesses and failures of American politics is a lot of people only vote in the presidential elections. They don't go out and vote in off-cycle elections. They don't vote for local or state initiatives, that kind of stuff, because it's too much work, it's too much bother or whatever. Not realizing that it's those elections which set the pattern that establish your party being higher. I think, for example, that's one of the areas that the Greens fail in this country. They always run somebody for president, but when was the last time you actually saw anybody trying to run as the Green candidate for a council, county council, or municipal, something like that? You just don't do it. They only think big ones. That's all that matters. It's not true.
Over some of and actually, since we have a little time, there were two other interesting clips I was thinking I could show. There's a lot of stuff, but we'll start with this one, which I thought was interesting. It's a little bit of an older one, but it shows one of my very big problems with Fox News, which is that reality is rather fluid over there. So let's take a look at this.
It's always unwise to seek political advice from someone who gets paid $100 million a year to bounce a ball. Oh, and LeBron and Kevin, you're great players, but no one voted for you. Millions elected Trump to be their coach. So keep the political commentary to yourself, or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
Well, he's allowed to have his view about what kneeling and the flag means to him. He's a person. He has some worth, I would imagine. This is beyond football, though. This is totalitarian conduct. This is Stalinist. And by the way, on the streets of New Orleans, we're looking at live pictures. They're shouting, F Drew Brees.
Wow.
That's what this moment has done to the beautiful team spirit of the New Orleans Saints.
He's a great Christian man.
Well, there's your racist dog whistle for the night.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's older, but I mean, it's not like I got to
But
get more
that's
clips
Fox
of
in
it.
a nutshell.
Yeah, that's exactly. And he's when he's pro-Trump, he's a Christian man, and he's good and positive and all these other things. And when he's got any complaints of any kind, shut up and dribble. Oh. And then one more classic one. This is a classic. One of my favorites, often overlooked, when Paul Manafort was running the Trump campaign, and we don't. He's done so much wrong, and it's hard to remember all the shit. And this was my favorite. This was on CNN, and I'm like. And everybody just went right by this one, and nobody seemed to care. So Paul Manafort talking about Russian money in the election.
Donald Trump will campaign today in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That is the hometown of Vice President Joe Biden. The Republican nominee spoke yesterday to the Veterans of Foreign Wars Convention in Charlotte, North Carolina. Trump accused Hillary Clinton of downplaying VA health care problems. His campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, is with us from New York. Good morning.
Good morning.
Paul, let's go back to this question of Russia and hacking. Two questions. One, did Russia do the hacking? Secondly, did they do it to influence the American political elections? Yesterday, the president said, whether Moscow was trying to influence the presidential election, he said, anything is possible. Can you tell us what you know about the relationship and what the campaign knows and what Donald Trump believes?
We have no relationship. This is an absurd attempt by the Clinton campaign to try and get the focus off of what the real issue is. The real issue isn't even the Democratic National Committee server being hacked. The real issue is her server that was sitting in a closet in her home in New York that was unsecured. So you can imagine if it was so easy to do the DNC server, what the likelihood is that how many countries have hacked into that server, and that one had national security documents in it that are probably floating all over the world now. That's the real problem. And once again, it's showing that the concern that the Democrats have for national security is all talk and not really any reality.
Paul, I saw that Trump tweeted yesterday that he has zero investments in Russia. But does Russia have investments in Trump? Would Mr. Trump be willing to release his taxes to provide transparency on this issue?
Mr. Trump has said that his taxes are under audit and he will not be releasing them. It has nothing to do with Russia. It has nothing to do with any country other than the United States and his normal tax auditing processes. So that issue will be dealt with when the audits are done.
So to be clear, Mr. Trump has no financial relationships with any Russian oligarchs.
That's what he said. That's what I said. That's obviously what our position is.
Well, can we turn to the issue of minimum wage? Donald Trump said yesterday that maybe we should raise it to $10 an hour. In the past, he says leave it alone. Or
So that one, let's see. That one obviously ran long. So that's I love how he
Yeah, the whole that's what he said. That's what I said. That's our position.
That's the new GOP version of Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. I know nothing. I see nothing.
Oh my God! And it's like this didn't set off alarm bells. This was Manafort was fun. Manafort, all the good ones. Baghdad Bob was short-lived. You know, I don't mean. I think he's still alive, but I mean it was. I didn't mean that as like a bad pun. But between Baghdad Bob, Manafort, and some of the other people, and just the shit they say, it's all too short a time, I think. Oh dear Lord! All right, so let's see. We are coming up 12 minutes till 10. We're only going to see 5 more closing. Ohio has been called, and I got that one wrong again. I need to start. That was a long shot call anyway, but I wanted to make it, and clearly I don't know much about Ohio. Let's see.
I do find it a bit interesting seeing both Minnesota and Wisconsin leaning or Trump leading in those two right now, especially Minnesota. I look at that and I just go like, oh, geez, that's got to flip. That's got to flip. It's Tim Walz' state.
Yeah, Tim Walz doesn't carry Minnesota. That's always that happened to Mitt Romney too. I think he lost Massachusetts, which is sort of like he was governor of for how long? And somebody had asked about this earlier. So we do have. So here's the governor races. They're all called now except for 4. And the anticipation is now people don't usually worry about the governors. And I normally have not worried about the governors in the past. It was Karl Rove who basically said, it's actually really all about the governors. And one of the things that Karl Rove was able to do was to say, look, the governors actually end up determining so much more about the presidential elections and about the congressional elections, especially since usually they're the ones who have to certify and or it's their branch that draws the electoral maps. So Karl Rove went after the governors big time, and it was a bigly successful campaign, and he literally changed how we do politics. So the governors are actually extraordinarily important. We worry about them quite a bit now, and right now it looks like the expectation is 3 more Republicans and 1 more Democrat in the House. We don't have a lot coming in, and the House, I don't even see a projection on this one. Not sure why that is. I'll see if there's a projection somewhere else. Senate is still projected, according to AP, to I think that's a tie. Is that a tie, or is that actually one in the? I think that's a tie. Yeah, that's still projected to be a tie. In the Senate, again, we must have had a record number of ties in the Senate. So latest winners, let's see, projected women, Illinois, New York was 23 minutes ago. So yeah, still waiting. And how close are we on PA? They have, it says polls closed, but it's not telling me what percentage out. So they've almost 40% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania, still too close to call, but 40%, they're getting there. Now this says Ohio is not yet called. Reuters hasn't called Ohio. I don't know. We'll see. And then AP has, I'm in the Senate, no wonder. Some of these, this doesn't look right. President, and let's see, they're saying, I'm AP, I am not pleased with you. Yeah, 36% of the vote, and still too close to call, but Kamala is ahead, so hopefully we'll get that called in within a few minutes. Oh, dear Lord. Gentlemen, what are you looking forward to most when this is done? Although I've got to say, I think that my answer would change depending on, and let's not say this stream, but just this election cycle. What are you most looking forward to? Although for me, I think that's going to change depending on who wins. I think if one person wins, I look forward to maybe getting back into some political stuff myself, helping with the ranked choice, doing things like that. And if the other candidate wins, digging a tunnel to Canada. So those are the 2 things I am most interested in doing. How about you guys?
I could pick you up and smuggle you into Mexico, probably.
Mexico or Canada works. I think either one.
Well, Canada gets a little pissy when you do that, and I'm not risking losing my ability to go into Canada for you. Mexico doesn't give a shit who comes into the country.
I have Canadian friends who, if I'm a political refugee, are willing to take me. The election seasons last way too. Do you think a ranked choice would affect the length of the? I mean, it's literally they're going to start campaigning for the next election within a year. I mean, the
I don't
campaigns.
think ranked choice would affect the campaigning duration because we've kind of gotten into that habit of how long they're campaigning for. However, I think that it would possibly change the tenor of some of the elections, but it's going to take a bit of time to trickle up into like presidential politics. But I think over some time, if we have the time to spend, we'll start seeing less just outright negative stuff. And, because again, you have to appeal, at least in part, to the people who wouldn't pick you first in ranked choice voting. So you have to have a broader appeal. So you can't just attack everybody and say, oh, they're just all bad. Because if you're attacking somebody that's fairly popular, that could end up hurting you in ranked choice voting. So I think that it would limit at least a little bit. But again, it's going to take time to kind of trickle up there. I think we're going to need to get the overwhelming majority of the states all on ranked choice voting before we start to see differences in federal elections on a national scale anyway.
So there's a question here. How can it be a tie? How can you Americans like Trump so much? I think that's a very good question, and I'd like to get into that in a minute. But before I do, yes. Is there anything that will shorten the period of time that this goes on? Because I mean, this is absolutely insane. In England, they campaign, I think, for 2 weeks. If I remember correctly, it's 2 weeks to campaign in England. What is there any way to affect the time short of setting laws, which would almost certainly be ignored?
It's something like that. But I think the biggest problem is not so much the time we have for the campaigns to run as the amount of money that goes into those campaigns. And that in and of itself creates a desire to start it as early as possible so people can profit off of it as much as they possibly can. And you have to remember that there's still a lot of funny games that are played with political donations that, it's all supposed to go for specifically the election, but you'd be surprised how much of it actually ends up going to an offshore account in the Caymans.
So we had a question here. How can you Americans like Trump so much? The first thing I'd say is, how could the Brits like Boris Johnson so much? But I don't know the nationality.
How could the Germans like Hitler so much?
Yeah.
I was going to say, wait a minute. You got to be a little bit careful because, you got to be a little bit careful when you're trying to compare UK politics because they have a parliamentary system. And after learning a lot more about how parliamentarian systems work, I have a lot of sympathy for that form of government because it's just fascinating. One of the things Canada did that I was kind of surprised is they've actually got time limits on when you can start advertising, and they also have a set amount that campaigns are allowed to spend, and it's federal money. So they're given a certain amount of money and you don't get private donations. And that's the money they get for their campaign. So unless it's changed or I'm grossly misunderstanding exactly how that worked. But I found that.
Well, until and unless Citizens United is overturned, that's a non-starter in this country.
Yeah. Let's start there. Let's try overturning Citizens United.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea how that even begins. Citizens United, I mean, it's like, and you take a look at what happened after the 2007-2008 financial collapse, which I think if you study it, most people will tell you very nearly ended the U.S. I mean, the United States of America was basically this close to not being a thing anymore. And Dodd-Frank was put in to try to prevent that from happening again. And I'd like to think that most Americans would say that that would in fact be a bad thing. Even the 1%ers would say the U.S. not existing would be a bad thing. Having said that, they all they took the teeth out of Dodd-Frank. They then did Citizens United. And it's sort of again, it's the problem with the capitalist system and the idea of almost brinksmanship. It's like you get the most amount of money by being willing to risk the most, and eventually it's going to fail when people risk too much. I think it was John Maynard Keynes who said the only thing that stops a capitalist is capitalism.
If only Keynesians would actually follow Keynes's teaching, I wouldn't be opposed to them so much.
Got to remember what Elon just said recently, which is, if you let him be in charge, it'll be painful for a couple of years, but then it'll be great. Yeah, it'll be painful for Elon with his billions. For the rest of us, it'll be, how much can you scrape off the bottom of your neighbor's garbage can?
I think it was Churchill. It's been attributed to a number of people. I think it was Churchill who said the best argument against democracy is 5 minutes spent talking to the average voter. Also said democracy was the worst system ever invented except for all of the others. The problem is how to deal with populists. And populists, sort of by definition, end up going down the middle of the road and somehow end up therefore gathering more people than anyone on either side. And Trump is a populist, and I suspect the commander understands the politics of that kind of thing far better than I do. But have all fascists been started as populists, Commander, that you're aware of?
To an extent. I don't think they necessarily start as it, but they morph onto that side because it's the quickest way to get the popular appeal you need to seize power. Lenin being an interesting case in point, which was he was effectively a nobody with no following until the Germans smuggled him in to St. Petersburg through Finland. And then he starts working on the populist side of things, giving speeches to factory workers and peasants, and that's how he gains power. So, yeah, I think it's a case of a populist tends to default to that.
I was going to ask a really stupid question. If there was a great line in one of the Star Trek shows, when somebody asked how everybody had been fooled by someone who seemed so virtuous, and he said, the reason these people can get away with it is most villains don't twirl their mustaches. If every villain was a mustache twirling, there wouldn't be any. You'd catch them all. So the ones that you have to watch out for are the ones that appear otherwise virtuous. But that in my view leads to paranoia. So are there any good ways, do either of you think, to how do you identify somebody who is going to, or at least likely to have values similar to yours versus those who are just telling you what you want to hear?
Look at what they actually do, especially in their own personal lives.
How much?
Agree. I mean, if anybody looked at Trump's background before he got into politics, you'd look at it and say, this is a guy you can't trust to do anything. He's been sued so many times. He's gone bankrupt so many times. He's, multiple wives, sired multiple children out of wedlock and in wedlock. It's just, there's nothing that would recommend him to anybody, but he was able to stand up and project that. What a weak man thinks is a strong man, what a poor man thinks is a rich man, that kind of stuff. And that's what he did, and that's how he got to where he is today, selling lies.
That is really bizarre seeing Oregon tinted red.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
That is weird.
Well, Oregon has gone.
It's like 3% reporting. It's just weird seeing it. It's super early, and that's obviously going to change. It just weird to see.
Eastern Oregon.
I've always it's like, don't pay attention to what they're saying. Look at what they've actually done. The entire reason I'm opposed to Trump today is because of what he actually did. It's like I'm not following the cult of personality. It's like I care about what you're actually doing. And there are so many huge, glaring red flags, like the entire block of Montana, Dakotas, and Wyoming. That size of red flag.
Well, I one of the things I did, and you can't. I think people who like him instinctively, you can't reason somebody out of a position that they weren't reasoned into. And how can you use reason to convince somebody of something if they don't value reason in the first place? But I was arguing with a pro-Trumper. This was before he was elected. This is when he was running. And I said, I knew right away who he was when I read the manual for Trump College, for professors, quote, professors, I use that term very loosely, teaching at Trump College. I said, and I learned to sort of fake it and say, well, here's a manual for a regular school, and pass it to them, and it says, like, okay, if the police show up, this is what you do. This is how you get grandma to do X, Y, and Z. And if I was lucky, I'd then look at it and say, wait a minute, this is for a regular school? This is why Trump University is so much better. Trump would never permit shit like this. This is all highly illegal. This is highly suspect. This is why I don't like higher education. And Trump is trying to fix this. And they're like, oh, no, sorry. That was actually the handbook for Trump University. Do you want to see one for a regular school? Because there's no other way to get them to look at it. It was literally like, okay, if somebody can't afford, it's how to upsell the classes. If somebody can't afford the upsell, this is how you help them, get a mortgage or a lien on their house. If they already have one, here's how you get them to. And it was all about how to trick them into buying the next course, and I'm sitting there going, that anybody who read that was like, if Trump signed off on this, it should be instantly disqualifies him from everything. But yeah. All right, let me quickly check the live chat here. Bregwin, I can't help but shake my head at people who are on Social Security and vote for Trump after he's openly said he wants to appoint people to get rid of Social Security and plunder the funds. Oh, well, I mean, he wants to hire Elon Musk to run the government agency, that staffing agency. So we know the first thing he's going to do on day one is fire 50% of all the federal employees. That's going to be my guess. Does anyone here think I'm wrong about that? Yeah. Let's see. To what extent voter roll purges impacting these results? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if either of you gentlemen have an idea how many states actually got purged. I mean,
well, the big one was, I think it was, what was it, Georgia, that was purging rolls.
Yeah.
But they were purging the ones that were self-identifying as not U.S. citizens. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's something that we're going to find out after the fact.
I mean, presumably the purge of is supposed to make the effect it's supposed to have is to make the voting more accurate, because you're purging either, people who are for one reason or another disqualified from voting, whether it's felons, whether it's non-Americans. And you can argue whether or not felons should be purged, but whether they should or shouldn't, if the law says they should, this would ostensibly be making making the votes more accurate, so long as the purges themselves are accurate, which there's always issues. And I remember there was a lot of issues of mistakenly purged votes in 2000, and they made a lot, but that was because it was so close that it actually mattered. So the purges that I'm aware of do not make their effect on the accuracy is trivial. in almost every election. The 2000 election is the only one where I recall it actually mattering, unless somebody and people here may well know more than me. I will point out now, Virginia is now turning. I mean, we're getting more red across this board than I am comfortable with. I am going to say that. How much of VA is in here? That's everybody. Oh, yeah, that's blocked by the. I just want to see what percentage is with 64% in. Trump is ahead in Virginia.
Colorado was just called.
Colorado's been called blue.
That puts Harris over 100.
Yeah, she's over 100 now, but she's still 89 behind, which isn't. I mean, again, we know she's going to get this 50.
Yeah, California, Washington. We already know Oregon's a pretty safe bet for Harris. Just those three are going to jump her nearly 100.
Well, yeah, they'll catch her up pretty close. We should figure out exactly how much those three will eventually do. So that's why, I mean, again,
California's by itself is what, 45, isn't it?
I think it's 55. 54.
55? Well,
54.
54. Yeah, so that by itself cuts that lead in half. You know, Washington is what, 16? No, it can't be that high.
12.
12.
It's like 13.
Yeah, that West Coast is a hell of a bump.
So
it's almost.
It's
that's
75, 6. I think it's 74.
I think part of what you're seeing that's going on with that bar graph that you got there is that they're not calling the pink or the light blue areas.
No, they're just the ones that have actually been called.
Right. And what they're doing is the solid reds and the solid blues are getting calculated there. And so any place that Harris is ahead, but they still haven't finalized it by pushing it into solid blue, that's not appearing on that graph.
Yeah, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Iowa, Kansas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Oregon. None of those are actually in that count. Oh, and Maine.
Yeah.
Maine and New Hampshire aren't in there either.
Maine at most is going to get 3.
If everything froze exactly the way it is right now, that would be terrible, because you could give California, Washington, and Nevada and Hawaii to Harris and New Hampshire to Harris, and Trump only getting Idaho, Nevada, but everything else that's leaning the way it is right now, that would be devastating.
That's kind of my point. I'm not liking the direction that this is going in. It's not, we've been seeing a lot of shift.
Look at the margins here. Look at the margins here. Michigan, Harris is at 50.4%, but only 17% reporting. North Carolina, Trump only at 51.9, but 68% reporting. Pennsylvania, 50.1% with 49% reporting. Wisconsin, 50.6%. I mean, they are so razor close. It's like.
Yeah, but if the reporting is anything over 70%, so what have we got? I mean, Pennsylvania is one that I think is very important for her. They're at 50% reporting, so that really can change. Unless you go down and look at it district by district, that can change.
Yeah, North Carolina at 51.9 with 68% reporting, that one may not change. But everything else that's leaning red here is a razor thin margin, less than 50% reporting.
So let me just see. I want to make sure. I don't think people can actually see on the map when that bar is just annoying the living daylights out of me. I wonder. So yeah, there we go. At least okay. So for V, there's the wow. Okay, so it's 70% reporting. And she's North Carolina looks at this point like it's going to be called because it's 70% reporting, and she's down by 300,000, 200,000 votes. Virginia, it's not going to show. What's the percentage reporting there? Oh yeah, that's almost 70%. 65% reporting, but that's close. That's very close. So that could flip. Pennsylvania is 50% reporting. Yeah, I'm not liking the direction. Is what I'm saying. I'm not liking the direction.
Well, it is incredibly close for what the election should have been. This is way too close for comfort, but it was way too close for comfort for a very long time in 2020 as well.
That's a very good point.
I mean, this is almost a like verbatim repeat of 2020 so far. I mean, everything, it was razor thin margins in all of these states, and that's that absentee or early voting kicked in and just put Biden over the top in a lot of places.
We answered this question before, but we'll answer it again. Wait, Trump can't vote, can he? Yes, he can, because even though he's a felon, he's a state felon, and he's a state felon in the state of New York, and according to the laws of Florida, which is where he's living, you'd have to be a felon in the state of Florida or a federal felon to not be able to vote. So he can vote. He can't vote in New York, so if he lists his address as his primary residency in New York, he would not be able to. But since his primary residency has been Florida, I think for a couple of years, he can vote. Again, you have to remember there's 3 or 4 very dense. Yeah, these aren't bad maps. The maps that I used to use years ago, you can't get anymore. I'd really like, and you could literally break them down into just by county. I don't remember if that was Vote Builder, which would be internal DNC data or not, but I remember you could really look at the counties and figure out what you were looking at. With this, I mean, you can mouse over the counties, but it's not, they don't appear to be breaking it down county by county. So I think it's going to be, I mean, we've got the idea that New Hampshire is not yet called. I'm curious. Well, New Hampshire is a lot of rural. New Hampshire's at 53%. But Harris has a lead there. Still, those are small potatoes. She needs to get Pennsylvania. I'd like to see her get Pennsylvania, and then Michigan and.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania is razor thin with only 51% reporting. I mean, it's almost 50-50.
Yep. So it's a tough thing to watch because you always. I will say this. One of my favorite moments. It was my favorite moment of Trump v. Clinton. Was when Trump realized he was going to win. And I don't know, Commander, if you remember this, or if Xander, you remember this, or if either of you saw it, but when it dawned on Trump that he was actually going to win, and his face just fell, Melania's face just fell, and they were looking up at these, and they're like, yeah, it's the numbers are coming in. We think he's going to win. It hadn't been called for him yet, but it was pretty clear he was going to win. And their faces just fell. They're like, we ran on a dare.
He had any desire to win.
Yeah.
I think what he wanted was to run so he could siphon money out of the election money into his private banking accounts. And then all of a sudden, holy shit, I won. How the hell did this happen?
Yeah, it wasn't worth 4 years of Trump, but it was hilarious.
The other thing, Manic Pandas mentioned this, that has actually been, it started off at the beginning of but then when Biden got replaced, he dropped out and was replaced. It just fell to Trump. It's like the vice presidential picks here are a pretty big influence as well, because, at first Biden and Trump are both very old people. So it's like, are they going to make it through an entire 4-year term? So we better pay really close attention. It's not just Trump, but you also have to clue in that, hey, Vance is there too. So you have to take Vance into consideration, because there's not a small chance that Vance may not, or may end up finishing the term and then be running as president next election cycle. So
well, there's a lot of speculation in some circles of what's going to happen as soon as they get in. Vance is going to organize a 25th Amendment.
Well, if Vance is smart, I really hate to talk about being smart when doing things this devious, is he would wait until, let Trump have his 2 years, see how it's going. If everything's riding high and everything's good and great, then let him keep going unless something becomes obvious. If it's not going so great, then after the 2-year mark, he instigates the 25th Amendment, so that way he can still be eligible to run for 2 re-election or 2 terms. Because if he does it before
clever.
that,
I haven't thought of that, but you're right.
Yeah, because if he does it before the 2 years, he can only run for re-election once.
Yeah.
Well, run for election once, because he wouldn't have been elected initially. But yeah, so if he waits that 2 years to see how things are going, kind of read the tea leaves, see what is half the country burning down, or if it is, then you hit that 2 years in a day and you institute that 25th Amendment. You're super popular, yay, get the dictator out of office, depose him. Now Vance is riding a hell of a high for the next 2 years going into a presidential election. So and if everything for some reason is going great, I have hard time believing that it's going to. But if everything was going great and everybody's happy and things are, you can make the argument, hey, things are a lot better, then he just rides it out, because he'll ride the coattails of Trump's popularity at that point into the next election. I mean, I think that's kind of Vance's calculus in this whole thing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right, Maya just sent me a I think you'd think I'd have figured out how to queue that up. So let me, just because I want to see if I can look at, let's just see, there we go. Oh, that's not a bad map. Oh, no, that's, and it looks like that's just right off of Google. I'm going to drop that in here for a second and see. Not as well as I'd like. Let me. Oh, it's going to take forever to format. So one of the downsides of vmix is usually pretty good, but this is where vmix starts to suffer. So what I'm going to do is do this, and then maybe I can just move it here, sort of. Maybe we can almost see it. Can we see that? We can see that. Okay. Now it looks like, so this is breaking down, but my understanding is that we can now, okay, so VA, oh wow, this is real time. So this is, and now here we go, we can go into the districts. So my question is, what is not yet reporting? It looks like, oh, well, okay, no. So in Richmond, Norfolk, it looks like Alexandria, which is all the areas you'd expect. She's doing fine. Looks like just like Roanoke. There you go. Right there's a little blue right there. So this is breaking it down a bit better by district. So thank you for that, Maya. Let's see. They said AP has not yet called this one, but it is. This is a bit easier to. Yeah, this is a nice one. Thank you. This is a bit easier to see who's reporting how much. So, but they're still saying so. PA, 54% reporting. It's still pretty tight. Michigan, but. Let's see. All right. It's still, I mean, she really needs to get at least Pennsylvania. I'm hoping she gets Pennsylvania. If she gets Pennsylvania and Georgia or North Carolina. I think she's good. I think if she loses all three of those, I think she's not out, but she's got a problem. She's got Michigan. Michigan's only 20% reporting, and that's pretty thin. So we still have a few more to go. Let's see. We're going to get, I think, California. The good news is California, I think, closes in about a half hour. So we're going to get most of these West Coast numbers are all going to come in, and you're going to see her jump up a lot, and then we're going to start to see where this is really going to land. It's nice that it's not landing in Florida. I am really sick of Florida being the determining factor of this election. Let's see, they're at 75%. I don't think it's going to be North Carolina. It may be Virginia. We had a question about votes, and so I'll say this again, which is the policy has been changing significantly ever since COVID. Well, the way it used to be was that they didn't ever count mail-in ballots unless one set of circumstances was reached, which was that the number of mail-in ballots was less than or equal to the difference between the person who won and the person who lost. Then they'd open them up. But their reasoning was, why count them if there's no possible way that the number of mail-in ballots could actually change the election? So they just remain sealed and never open them, which, to tell you the truth, makes a lot of sense to me, but it also kind of rubs me the wrong way. It's like, wait a minute, you're saying these votes are never being counted? So it's a weird thing. Huge amounts of mail-in ballots never counted because it couldn't change the outcome, so nobody bothered to count them. Now they start counting them in many cases as soon as they come in, but it changes state by state. Some states start counting them as soon as they come in. Some states count them only on election day, and some states still follow the old process, which is we won't touch them unless they could possibly make a difference. So I don't know what percentage is what, but I think that the smallest percentage now is don't count them unless. But we have to know. So if you're sitting there asking this because you're saying, well, hopefully Pennsylvania is going to turn blue once they start counting the mail-in ballots. I don't know. I don't know what their policy on mail-in ballots is. It's different state by state now. I may look that up in a minute because it would be worth knowing. But my suspicion is that they've already been counting them, and I think they're probably at this point included in the pink. What is it? In their assessment of leaning towards Donald Trump. Mail-in ballots don't count. They've never quite counted in the way most people thought they counted, and today they don't count in quite the way people think they counted, except depending on the state. And the states that save them, the mail-in ballots tend to be more blue than red. I think Donald Trump saying don't vote by mail may have had something to do with it, but frankly, it was always more blue than red for quite some time. So for the states where they save those till last, yes, it can have an impact, but I don't know which states those are anymore. It used to be an easy thing, and now the states have really dramatically. And you had said, I was going to mean to get to you on this, that Washington now sends everybody a ballot. You can still go in, but they actually all get mailed a ballot. Was that what you had said earlier?
Yeah, if you're registered to vote, they will send you a ballot at your registered address.
So technically, if they wanted to, absolutely everybody could vote by mail there easily without even having to. Okay, so in a state like that, obviously they're counting mail-in either on the day of or as they come in. I did have
99% of Washingtonians vote by mail.
Yep, it's incredibly high. Most of the voting, overwhelming majority of votes cast in Washington now are by mail. Georgia is not looking great because Donald Trump's ahead at 51.2 with 88% reporting. So,
yeah, that's
surprised they haven't actually called that one.
It may be that the districts that are remaining are. You said Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia.
And what's remaining on that? This district right here.
Yeah,
that one. They're waiting to hear from these guys. If this goes Trump, they'll call Georgia for Trump. If this goes Kamala, she's probably still in it, but they're going to have to wait till she narrows the margin. But it's this district, and it won't tell me which district this is. But no results have come in from this district. Because it's so close to Macron, they probably want to wait before calling it because it might well lean blue. Ooh, yeah, they got nothing from that district.
I'm pretty sure that's Macon.
Macon, thank you. So, and then we got 2 districts here that haven't reported. I would assume they're going to be red. So, I mean, basically Macon, that one, you could be maybe cautiously optimistic that it's going to be blue. I can see why they haven't called it, but if any one of these 3 come in a solid red, wait a minute, yeah. So I think they're waiting on those. Let's see, Donald Trump. Yeah, that's a concern. All right, let's see. Colorado, New Mexico. And let's see how Michigan is doing. Michigan, there's a number. Oh, yeah, there's a number that haven't reported yet. I think here the pinks have actually all reported. I think the pinks and light blue have already reported. You'd think they'd use the same color, but they don't. So I think they're just waiting on these surprisingly ungerrymandered districts. Wow, it's really weird seeing a square district. I'm not used to that. All right.
They might have been one of the states that, passed like that. No, you need to put it out in more or less just a grid.
Yeah, they may be. I'm wondering, I've forgotten who was the most gerrymandered state. No, there's no, I don't know. Oh, well, I'll bet you it's going to be, sorry, but I'm betting it's going to be a southern state. I'm just going to say that. Oh, they don't look terrible.
Check out North Carolina. Who's not reporting in North Carolina? Because they're at 75% and Donald Trump showing 52.5%.
This district right here.
So
that district hasn't reported, but it's surrounded by red, so that's not
North Carolina.
Oh, no, sorry. Wait.
Okay, that's why
that is. Yeah. Oh, this one right here. And that looks like that looks to me like that's going to be blue. So, but I think they're also going to get a red out of this one. So that one's pretty tight. What are they? AP hasn't called the race. 75% reporting. This is a key race. Just out of curiosity, now they had a list of key races. No. All right. So. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that.
Should move the whole page up a little bit so we can see the whole map. Right now, it looks like we only get there.
Oh, that. Okay. Well, listen, I don't want to dissuade anyone from the notion that this is a professional operation. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, so far, New Mexico just flipped from light blue to light red. Yeah. I have said this story before. I cried the first time Trump won, and I don't usually cry a lot. But I cried because I didn't think I lived in a world that could or in a country that could elect someone who was so transparently racist, so cynical, so in it for himself. And I'm aware that, you know, everybody votes for different reasons, but I couldn't believe it. It was beyond my capacity to fathom that America was a country that would do that. And yet here he was, and I was going to have to wake up my wife and tell her that he had won. And it never really crossed my mind. You know that it's possible, but it hadn't really crossed my mind. And I remember when the numbers first started heading south, and I'm getting a little bit of that feeling now. Now, I've had that feeling and then watched them turn around again. So this isn't done, and Kamala's numbers are going up, and they're going up faster than Trump's. And we know that they're about to explode when, in about 26 minutes, California and a few other states can be called. So, but it's still, there's the direction of pinks are greater than the light blues than I am comfortable with. I think we can go to the other map and actually do a rundown and see what she needs to win in order to. Oh yeah. So back to the Michigan map. We'll check that in a second. I don't know. Am I being pessimistic, or are these? What,
yes. You're being overly pessimistic. I think that many of the margins are razor thin. I mean, they're within just a percentage point in most cases. They've got like less, in many of these cases they're less than 50% reporting, and I'm going to guess that in that 50% are most of the major population centers.
Only like 30% of the votes are in around Philadelphia.
Well, so here's what we're going to do. I am so eager. This isn't a bet. I am just, if you are right and I'm being overly pessimistic, next time you're in town, I will buy you lunch. I will be so grateful. So we're going to hope you're right, and I will admit that you were right and I was wrong. I don't know in what forum I'll admit that, and obviously it won't be on my show, but somewhere.
You can do it on the shills, I'm sure.
I'll do it on the shills. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. And I'll owe you a lunch. I forgot too. So I'm the amount of support that we have had and the number of people who've come back. We were down for a year. It was, unfortunately, it was life happens, and so we were down for a year. And I had I've had to kind of reconstruct a lot of the show, and I keep forgetting that I've got some of my old equipment back, which includes this headset, which I absolutely love. I love it because I can actually get up and go get my water and keep talking to everybody, and also keep an eye on Isandering, because if I leave, like the nameplates change and all of a sudden he ends up somehow being the head of the show, and I don't like that. So if I've done this correctly, which is a 50-50, then everyone should still be able to hear me, even though I am currently getting water. I'm getting no answer, which kind of scares me.
That argument doesn't hold water.
You weren't supposed to say anything. You were supposed to be really quiet until we could see him again.
Oh, you ass. You absolute ass. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, here's the thing I've noticed, which is for some reason I tend to surround myself, the people most around me are the ones who are all asses to me. I don't know why that is.
It's because we care enough to actually give you shit. If we didn't care about you, we'd just ignore you.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Only the finest manure.
Where's that voice coming from? Who? Liam Wakefield. Yep, you can do it on the shills. Nobody will see it. It wasn't me that said that. I wasn't going to say that. See, Dawson will love that. Yeah. VA is purple, so. Yep.
I'm sitting here keeping an eyeball because I've got on my phone. I've got a couple of maps that I'm flipping between. And I just watching Michigan keep going blue, then pink, then light blue, then light pink, or pink, then light blue, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it's like it just turned red again, or pink. So yeah, it's that close that every time they do an update, it swaps back and forth. And again, I'm pretty sure that the major metropolitan areas are not anywhere close to sending their full vote in. And so if it's this close, leading up to the big cities not being completely reported, then that's a good sign for Harris.
I don't want to be that guy, but honestly, like back in the day, they didn't switch it this often. If you made even just a light pink projection, you were pretty serious about it. At this point, I guess everybody just wants to beat everybody, so I don't get it.
It's more dramatic this way, though.
That's a really good point.
It sells ad.
Yeah, that's a good.
It keeps you sucked in. It's like, oh my God, it's pink, and they're gonna stare at it and stare at it. It's like, wait, oh, all right, yeah, now it's light blue. All right, and what? It's pink again.
Yeah, my wife and her friends, for example, are monitoring really closely Pennsylvania because we have a couple friends that live in Pennsylvania. They say, yeah, right now less than 30% of the precincts in the metropolitan areas, which are all going to be heavily Democratic, have reported in.
So we got a question that I think is interesting, and it's actually a topic that I have found fascinating for a while, unfortunately. So we've talked before about, especially for people who are more secular, well, gee, where does compassion come from? Well, we got compassion from natural selection. If we were not a compassionate species, we wouldn't have been able to work together, and we wouldn't have been able to become the dominant species on the planet. Compassion is actually an important necessity for that, as is cooperation, as is ethics, so on and so forth. Where does cruelty come from? I'm sure we've all seen in our lives cruelty to a different degree, and cruelty is something in my mind that is almost breathtaking when you see it. Someone who is genuinely delighting in the pain and suffering of other people. It's almost otherworldly. It's where does that come from? Does anybody have any thoughts or want to opine on that? I know
it comes from the exact same place that compassion comes from. Biology is really weird in that it likes to throw lots and lots of shit into the wind and then let selection figure out what works. So it's shown that, well, yeah, this is working pretty decently, but in order to make organisms better suited to live in the environment, which changes frequently, who knows, maybe in 20, 30, 40 centuries from now, cruelty will be the best survival strategy. And so, genetics has to keep throwing up all of these different gene combinations, and in those gene combinations is a very selfish cruelty. The abuse others for your own gain may be a viable survival trait, and so it keeps throwing these things up, and then it lets selection choose which ones are best fitted for the current environments. It's the only way that evolution keeps working, because if you start losing large sections of those genes to allow for a wide variety of behaviors, then when climates change, environments change fairly drastically, those creatures will begin to die out because they don't have the genetic diversity to be able to select for better genes suited to survival. Because nature doesn't give a shit about compassion. It doesn't give a shit about cruelty. It doesn't care about any of those things. It only cares about what is the best strategy to survive. And the problem that human beings can run into right now is that there aren't any real natural selection pressures choosing those kinds of traits anymore, because we're not dying off very frequently. In order for evolution to work, organisms have to die, and the better organisms, or better suited to survive the environment, have to continue living to reproduce. And we've largely removed ourselves from that. So we still have this entire scatter approach, the shotgun approach to our genetics. We still have a wide variety of of combinations that can lead to absolute cruelty as well as absolute compassion. And we haven't lost any of that. Our population has continued to grow, and there are no real selection pressures choosing for any of them. So they're not being weeded out either. So they just keep reoccurring.
I would agree with you, but I would also contend that it goes into soft factors, culture, or upbringing, those kind of things. Because I think you find that people who have parents who are compassionate tend to be compassionate, whereas people who had parents who had, a cruel streak tend to be cruel. It may be genetic, but I also think it's learned behavior, because that was the example you had when you were growing up. And I think that figures prominently in that way.
Yes, I do think that your upbringing and your experiences absolutely have an effect on you. I'm fairly strongly convinced that everything about us is genetically driven, from our personalities to how we would react to in any position, any particular situation, is strongly genetic. It's based in our genetics and the genes and our gene expressions. And then there's this a certain amount of wiggle room. We don't have, I have not heard any firm estimates. Different experts in fields of genetics have different ideas of how much there is of this, but it's a minority. Genetics is the majority part, but that our experiences can sway our genetics. We have a baseline genetic gene code says, okay, you're going to react this way, but each one of those different kinds of traits can be swayed by experience and upbringing and learning different things. And the fact that, we're social animals and we act in groups. So if you have family units that are still, coming up and being kind of cruel and not valuing compassion, etc., well, that's still a family unit that's surviving that wasn't weeded out. So all those genetics keep reproducing. They're still out there in our gene pool because there's nothing really selecting. We're still subject to sexual selection. So that's driving more of our evolution right now than pretty much any other kind of. There's genetic drift and sexual selection. Those are two things that are affecting human beings now, because we've largely removed ourselves from most natural selection pressures. So I think that's why we keep seeing it. I think that if we were to get, maybe the sun puked on us and knocked us back into the dark ages and we had to try and survive again, I have a feeling that you would see a lot of those cruel people would be eliminated from the gene pool fairly quickly. Because compassion and working together, especially with our intellect, I think is pretty clearly the better path forward to survive in very harsh conditions. That's how we survived in the past. I think if we got knocked back, that's how we would survive in the future as well. So I'm curious to see where this all goes, because I've heard lots of people talking about the next step in human evolution, and I'm like, well, we're not really evolving very much. We're not really selecting for a whole lot of stuff. It's just keeps mixing and remixing, and it's just all there. So I am very curious to see where it goes. And I'm kind of sad that I'm not immortal, so I can watch the course of the next couple of centuries. The next couple of centuries to see where this ends up.
Well, but let me make an observation, though, which is there's a difference between cruelty and I don't want to use the word determination, but in order for a soldier to be effective, he needs to be able to the language is escaping.
His enemies.
Well, sort of dehumanize his enemies, but he needs to be able to.
He also has to disassociate from his compassion.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not the same thing as cruelty. And while I agree that all cruelty probably necessitates that, I think cruelty is an extra step. I think there are plenty of, and I'm not an expert, both of you would know this better than I, but I would imagine that, yes, any kind of military or even law enforcement would have a certain appeal to people who are cruel, but I would imagine you could weed out, or at least notice, the people who are professional, do their job, whether it involves killing people or not, and do the best they can because that's what has to be done, versus those who actually enjoy it and who would go out of their way to cause more harm and damage than is necessary. And I'm wondering if what would be the first one. I understand the selective pressure for. If we didn't have the ability to do that, you couldn't hunt and you couldn't win wars. But what drives the other one, other than what you said earlier, which I think is true, which is random selection of traits, even ones that might be negative at any one given time, might be positive at another.
And blatant self-interest.
Cultural shifts for what make you successful.
That's a fair point. That's a really good point. Cruelty is definitely...
That falls under sexual selection.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, there was a certain cruelty to the Jerry Springer show.
Yeah.
You know, and culturally, he was successful.
Yeah, I would put it somewhat differently. I would say compassion is offering a prisoner a drink from your canteen. Cruelty is pouring your canteen out in front of the thirsty prisoner.
I like that one.
Okay.
Also, when
the cruelty doesn't really, the cruelty doesn't really accomplish anything other than making you feel superior because you've made him uncomfortable, unhappy, feel small, whatever you want. And I think that is part of the issue here is we need to define what we mean by cruelty when we say that. I think compassion is kind of self-evident. I think cruelty isn't, because I don't think if you're a soldier, shooting an enemy is necessarily a cruel act. That is your assigned task or job. If you were, say, a conscientious objector and decided you didn't want to be a soldier, that's a different issue. But if you've become a soldier, we have a volunteer military right now, then you're expected to do your job. So I don't think, shooting another person is necessarily cruel, but deliberately shooting that person so as to inflict an extremely painful, crippling, permanent wound as opposed to killing them, arguably that might be considered cruel. I don't know.
All right.
And also self-interest can, because we are absolutely still subject to sexual selection. And one of the criticisms I do have of capitalism is that it tends to promote kind of that ruthless competition where not caring so much about your competition can lead you to be more successful. And over time, you can end up with more families that have less regard for the people in outgroups or not very, very close family. And in situations like that, it would arise to genetic combinations which are more likely to produce somebody who is genuinely cruel, who derives actual pleasure from harming others, than a bunch of families that grew up being very compassionate towards each other, caring for each other. You put those kinds of families out there, and they're less likely to produce a genetic combination where somebody would be genuinely cruel, deriving pleasure from the harm of others, than a self-interested group of people that aren't as compassionate, who are a lot more cutthroat. And unfortunately, in a capitalistic society, those people tend to do better at just social standing, monetarily, socioeconomically, do better. And so it could be that we're not getting rid of that. We're encouraging, not that we're encouraging cruelty itself, but we're encouraging a kind of life outlook where the sexual selection pressures will kind of select for people who would be more likely to actually be cruel.
I'm going to interrupt this discussion. The New York Times has posted, Nate Cohen, who is a political analyst, says, quote, "For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has the advantage of each Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There is still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead. The New York Times has given Trump an 87% chance to win this election. That from the New York Times as of 3 minutes ago. So, the New York Times, obviously left-leaning. They're not going to say that if they don't stand by it. It's not over. And I have friends who play poker and have won hands with worse odds. But obviously that is not what anyone would like to hear. Again, the New York Times is now projecting an 87% chance of victory for Donald Trump, and their estimate is that Trump will win 298 to Harris 240. That is the projection from the New York Times. Actually, I will put that up here. So
hey, that wasn't very far off of what I said 232 for Harris, so I was only 7 points off.
So that is the projection from the New York Times as of a few minutes ago.
But that was supposed to be because I'm always wrong on making predictions.
I know. Why is it that you happen to get right and they've actually, yeah. Why is it the one time, I'll still buy you lunch. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Liam Wakefield said that makes me despair a bit. Same here, and we may talk about that in a little bit. I do think it's early to talk about it. But
hesitate.
I think it's, yes.
I would hesitate to say the New York Times says, because that was written by Nate Silver, who's a contributor to the New York Times.
So
Nate Silver of the U.S.
Well, yeah, no. The update that I quoted for the first time tonight, we consider Trump to be likely candidate for president. And if you look on the left, likely Trump, this is our election model estimate for the New York Times. So while I did quote him, it is the New York Times that is projecting.
See? Did I not tell you? I'm always wrong about things.
Yeah,
I stand corrected. Why is it that the one time that I'm like, yeah,
sorry, did I say Nate Silver?
It's these things.
Nick Cohen. Nate Cohen. Sorry, it's Nate Cohen. If I said Nate Silver, Nate Cohen, chief political analyst. Oh, sorry, no, it's Nate Cohen, chief political analyst for the New York Times. Yeah, and this is their prediction. It was last updated 6 minutes ago, and the New York Times is giving Trump an 87% chance to win. So
of all the times that I've been wrong, and the one time that I'm right, and shockingly close to what the New York Times just said.
I know.
That's a little disheartening, but I'm still holding out that most of the metropolitan areas in these swing states have low reporting still. So.
Well, and I mean, those are obviously terrible odds, but I've seen better ones. I've seen worse ones pull out, but it's obviously not what any of us here would like to hear. I'm looking
I've seen
at
several instances where we're having three of a kind in a game of poker, and you still lose.
Yep, but that was actually poker was exactly what I was thinking of. But I think they're kind of reflecting what it was that I was looking at in the map. There's just more pink there than I'm comfortable with, and the numbers reporting in are higher than I'd like. And the blues, the most likely blues, have already reported in. In the ones where, so I think it was in North Carolina. If we go,
well, we definitely still have to dump 74 onto Harris. But that still only brings us up to 197.
So if you look here, they're missing 2 districts, but both of them are rural, so they're likely to be red. All the cities that are likely to be blue have already reported. So even though this hasn't been called yet, it's not looking good. It's just not. So, and now that you've got red on all of the upper states up through New York,
Wisconsin, Michigan, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania are all also trending red right now.
And New York is going to be New York Times is going to be one of the last people to call it for Trump, unless they're really pretty sure. 87% is reasonably sure. They believe at this point that Wisconsin is actually going to be what's going to put them over the top. What I think we're going to do is hopefully.
I am still going to really shake my head if Minnesota actually goes for Trump. That was a state I was pretty damn sure was going to go Harris. I mean, they have the vice presidential candidate, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's a really that's a blow. All of this, I think, is going to be a blow, and I think, and by the way, one good piece of news, kind of as a joke, I suppose, it's certainly not anywhere near the order of the bad news we're talking about. In Time will be resuming its regular Tuesday shows, and if Trump wins, I think we're going to need them. So. We're also going to be resuming our Ukraine update. We're going to have Greg Terry doing the Ukraine update with us, with Commander and I, and we'll be doing those. I think Xander, you should join us if you're free for Thursdays. So, not Thursdays. I don't know when. Probably later in the week, but we'll be resuming those mid-November. We're just waiting for Mr. Terry to finish what he's doing. So, because he's out of town, and I've been kind of busting his balls on that one. So, looking like, so that's a hard thing to take. What we're going to do is we should be seeing some new numbers coming in within the next minute or 60 seconds. Donald Trump has a decent lead. Again, the lead is not nearly as big as it looks because we're going to get a whole bunch of states that are going to turn blue instantly, but those only go up to, I think we said 75, adding 75 to her amount. The New York 74. Times, 74, thank you, you are correct. Thank you for that correction. The New York Times holding with an 89% chance of a Trump victory. And reasonable confidence it's going to be around 300 to 237. Yes, Xander.
It was. Remember, this looks very, very familiar to 2020. There was a hell of a red mirage coming through in 2020 as well.
Yes, there was. So, and what I'm going to do now, I want to check on. All right. So, it's worth noting. And by the way, I'll take a minute since we have a little time before coming in. There are a lot of viewers I see in the live chat. Some of you are new. Some of you have been around. In Time has been around for now about 5 years. And I had, as you all know, had to take some time off for my family. And we're back now after about a year off. I have been blessed to have both the co-hosts, Isandering and Commander McMillan, come back and join us. We've had almost the entire team come back and join us, and I'm immensely thankful for that. But not only that, but I see a lot of other new names of people who have become members and who have supported us. So very thankful for that. And I do not wish to be the bearer of bad news, and I always hate it when we have to do that kind of show. Having said that, I am always humbled when people have a choice of who and where they get their news from, and they choose In Time. So we do appreciate all of you being here for whatever the outcome ends up being. So I did want to say that. Thank you all, and let's get back to what we're looking at. Kamala has now seen the jump that we expected. Not entirely. We're still looking at Oregon, I think, but she's up to 179. That is the jump from California and Washington. They probably haven't finished counting their votes. In fact, we can actually look and see what they haven't finished counting, but they don't need to. This is what we said before. Legally, they cannot be called until let's see. They okay, so California has 0% reporting, and they've called it for Kamala Harris. This is what we talk about. Everybody knows there's no.
I think this was a case of, wow, this looks so bad. we're just waiting for those polls to close. It's like, okay, and now.
Yeah, and Washington, 0% reporting. It's already called for Kamala. But they are not allowed to, even though we knew ahead of time what it was going to be, they're not allowed to call it up until they close. So those have now closed. Kamala has gotten the biggest gains she will get tonight. She desperately needs to sweep, I think at this point, 3 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, neither of which she is leading in. And at this point, New York Times expects her to lose at least 2 of them, if not 3. So, Michael Westby, I think our first show was about 5 years ago. I could be wrong. I'll have to do the math on that. I think our first show was 4 or 5 years ago. I think it's been about 4 or 5 years. Somebody had me talking about what our first show was, which was absolutely hilarious, but I think that's for another time. It was more of an accidental first show than a real first show, but we did what we always do. So very proud of that first show. We covered the news and we did it well. So I don't know. I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to say. Again, it isn't over, and Azandering is for the first time on In Time history, Azandering is being the optimist of the group. I think that's now the second sign of the end times that we've seen tonight, and we started on time, which would be the third. Did anyone have any comments that they wanted to say before we get back to crunching some of these numbers?
Really? Depressing picture.
I didn't quite catch that because there was background noise.
I said it's a depressing picture.
It is. It's a very depressing picture. And Hive Science has joined us, and you joined us at a difficult time. I am proud also, too, that again, we cover it the way we do, and we look at multiple sources simultaneously. We've been going through a lot of material, and I think it's starting to filter out. I think when the New York Times drops a story like that, it doesn't stay quiet for very long. But, I think we are, as we often are, ahead of the curve on the story, although it's not the story we would like it to be. I have some thoughts on both pessimistic and optimistic for the future, but I think we'll remain. For those of you just joining us, New York Times has estimated now an 89% chance that Donald Trump will win re-election. That Donald Trump is going to win. We've been looking at this map, and the colors are not what we need them to be. They're not off by a huge amount. They're off by really 3 states, but we need those 3 states, and at this point, we can't afford to lose one of them, and it looks like we're going to lose all of them. So that is not the place where we want to be. Bregwin put this very well. I don't think I can coast through another Donald Trump presidency of pure Schadenfreude again. Yeah, me neither. I think that was what got me through the last one. Yeah.
Well,
so,
Mr. Souter being the big Debbie Downer of the whole thing, and I'm sitting here going, but wait, the cities still need to come in. The cities still need to come in. And places like Minnesota are still really low on their reporting. So I'm like weirdly being the optimist for a Democratic candidate. You're being weirdly pessimistic against that candidate, and I can't offer any more hope than that. There's still very thin margins. There's still some significant amount of votes that need to come in, especially the location that these votes should be coming from. So you shouldn't give up, and you should say, well, this is what it is right now, but give it time. We still got another 3 hours to go, and with that, it's 9 here where I'm at, and I have to be up at like 3:30 or 4 to start driving.
Yes,
so
sir.
I need to get some sleep.
You need to go to bed, but before you go, I did want to. Somebody corrected me, and I think this is important. That is correct. I misspoke. That was the seventh sign. Isn't that Azandering has something positive to say. It's that Azandering says nothing at all. So thank you for that correction. And I need to learn my Bible better. Azandering, you've done a marvelous job. Thank you very much for joining us. And my suspicion is when you wake up, we won't still be on air. But who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I'll check.
Check.
I'll check.
And make sure you check the channel because we could be on like 6 or 7 or 8 different links by that point. So who knows? I have no idea what that was all about. I really do think that was YouTube. The multiple channels was not so much YouTube, but the halting of our transmission was definitely on the YouTube side. Anyways, have a good rest, my friend, and I will talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
Oh no! How do I leave? Oh, there. Normally you kick me out when you leave. Okay, there it is. I see how to leave now. Pardon me while I see myself out.
Yeah.
You're a prisoner of love, baby.
Yeah.
Well, normally he has to like physically kick me out of the damn room to get me to leave. So because I'm like, no, wait, but.
But I have
you're
something
wrong.
to say.
Yes, when I go silent, everybody should worry.
Exactly.
All right. Good night, and may you live in interesting times.
No, I think that's going to happen. Yeah, thanks for that, Xander. Appreciate it. I could stand with. I could definitely. Yeah, I can tell. I could stand with times being a little less interesting. Yeah, actually, I think the Carpathian makes a good point. The problems probably wasn't YouTube. I'm probably being a little hasty there. It was probably Dick Dawson. We're sharing producers. All right, so actually, I'm gonna get my glasses back, and I don't know. I think. Let's assume for a second that Trump does win. What do you think got it for him? She's a woman? Is it? I mean, what do you think? I mean, it looked good.
I think it's a combination of things. I think, yeah, her gender is an issue. I'm surprised how many people feel uncomfortable with women being in charge of things. I think the fact that she's mixed race is something that bothers a lot of people. I don't think you can underestimate the effect of racism in this country. I think that Trump appeals to people who feel that the country has been changing, is changing, has changed too much. And remember that we have seen in the past decade or two a shift from whites being the minority or majority in this country to now they are a minority. There are actually more non-whites in the country than there are whites. That makes that portion. And look where all the red is. Those are areas that aren't well known for having large minority populations. Okay. You add that in, you add that with the fact that while the economy is certainly improving on a micro scale, on a macro scale, it has undergone some really cataclysmic shifts. We used to have large manufacturing in some of the places that we're looking at that were surprised or red. Yeah, well, when those manufacturing jobs got shipped overseas because all the hedge fund managers thought it was more profitable to sell off those things for parts and then hire or pay for stuff to be produced overseas. Yeah, that alienates people because, grandpa and great grandpa and dad and I were coal miners and now we're not allowed to mine coal anymore. That upsets people. You're changing the culture that way. We've gone from a country that used to have probably 75% of people with regular churchgoers. Now, today, what, 30% maybe? And if you go into those churches, the majority of the people that you're seeing in those pews are older. All that adds together to a group of people that feel uncomfortable and upset that things have changed, and they point the finger at Democrats as being, to a certain degree, if not to a large extent, the agents of that change. So they want to stick it to them damn libtards. And it doesn't matter that they may not like Trump, that they may realize he's a con man, that he's a philanderer, that he's everything that is non-Christian. That doesn't matter to them. The fact that he irritates liberals so much is, to them, his highest praise. So I think you add all that together, and it's the fact that we're dealing with a country that's deeply divided in terms of the vision we have of what we are, what we should be, and where we're going. So you get those people that in that big empty red area there in the middle, they don't have a lot of contact with people coming in from the outside. How many immigrants settle in those areas as opposed to, say, New York, California? You know, they have very limited insular views. So I think that's a lot of why he's doing as well as he is, why he's so popular.
The people who can't get the blinking light on their the blinking clock on their 8-track Betamax VHS recorder to stop blinking noon, as I had said on the that's the demographic.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
I want to respond to a question Kaplan just asked here.
Please.
Do I think he will go that far? I think he will try to, but he will be prevented, at least from the worst excesses. Yeah, I think he's made very clear that this is his revenge tour.
Yes.
Everybody that he believes has slighted him, insulted him, made him the butt of a joke, all of them are going to get it.
Yeah. And it's literally that petty is I mean.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of infantile mentality we're dealing with.
I can suggest a few things. One of the things he's going to do is immediately eliminate any federal charges against him, but there are state charges, and there are state charges that we're waiting until after the election for him to be punished. And he may be facing jail time for them. How that's going to work out, I don't know. It will likely work out with him not being in jail.
Well, the Supreme Court has basically said him being president trumps everything.
Well, yeah, and the supremacy clause is going to allow him to yeah. So, having said that, I do think that a number of those things can make his life difficult, and I think the more that his life is made difficult, the less damage that he can do. I remember Barack Obama, this was, and I forget what the source for this was, I think it was a book, I think by Woodward, who said that Obama, after he called Hillary Clinton and said, you have to concede the election. You've lost, it's over, you need to concede it, and you need to concede it now. And when he hung up the phone, he said, well, I think we're about to find out just how strong our institutions are. And that was very prophetic, because he knew that that was what Trump was going to attack. He wasn't going to attack Democrats. He was going to attack the fundamental institutions of this country, and he succeeded reasonably well. And he's now got a plan on how to do it. The only upshot is these institutions are aware this time that they're going to be attacked. what kind of institutional blowback and pressure there can be against him, I do not know. How much of it's going to be at the state level versus the federal? Most of it's going to be at the state level, and I don't. It looks like he's going to get a couple more justices. His plans are dark, but I think the number of Republicans that have come out against him gives me at least some hope. And
remember that the first group that Hitler moved against when she's gotten into power were his own followers, the Night of the Long Knives, where he arrests and murders Rome and probably a couple hundred other of the senior officials in the Sturmabteilung and the SA, because they were the threat to him. Everybody else, the opposition, they could wait. They'd been voted out of power. He had the power, but he had to secure his own party to make sure he was safe. Yeah. If you're a Republican who came out against Trump, your days are numbered.
Which, by the way, was essentially what Romney and McCain were warning. And they're sitting there saying, guys, if we don't do something about Trump, he will destroy this party and possibly this country. That's what they were warning about.
This is a case study, and people asking, well, how could this happen in Germany? Well, it's happening right the fuck here.
Yep. So, let's see. The Republicans who have spoken up have been, and it's another example of, unfortunately, that's why integrity and courage have to mean so much, because the people who have it are risking so much. I mean, McCain was taking risks. So was everybody who stood up against, and Liz Cheney. I mean, the amount of risks she was taking, she was getting death threats for what she was doing. And what she was doing was acting with integrity. Jesus. We're in a country where acting with integrity is punishable right now, at least by threat. It may, Oh, dear Lord. All right. So, what I'm going to do is probably end up doing a, North Carolina is red? Yes, it is. I think that may lock her out. She's been upgraded to 90% chance from, wow! I'm doing it for both of them. I've been swapping their genders all night. Donald Trump is now predicted by the New York Times with a 90% chance of victory. Their electoral college estimate is Trump's 301 to Harris's 237. Adam Kinzinger was disowned by his whole family. His family chose an individual over their own flesh and
Remember that in an autocracy, the one thing that's valued more than anything else is loyalty to the master.
Yep. Well, I think I regret to inform you, Commander, that you and I may have a lot to talk about over the next 4 years.
Yeah. Assuming we're not silenced.
Assuming we're not, yeah. I mean, you've got job security, at least for a little while. And then we'll have job security from inside a prison cell. We'll be secured, but that's a different kind of, yeah. All right. So we've got here, let's take a look. And actually, before we continue, I do want to see who, if anybody else, is outstanding. Actually, I'm curious to know, I mean, the New York Times, I didn't really bother. New York Times is not, with the New York Times saying what they've said, I haven't been...
Canada disclosing the border.
Shit. I told Dick I'm moving in with him if, yeah, let's see. 538 actually called it for called it a while ago for Harris. There were a few others who called it for Harris, but whoa, I don't need that. Ow! Stop. Thank you. I'd like to turn that off. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that hurt. New York's first congressional district remains in. All right, and we do need to. Okay, it looks like Harris has been predicted by ABC to win Oregon, even though here it's blue. So let's check out some of the other maps.
Still say the key is going to be Pennsylvania.
Okay. Here's the. So we are now. So Alaska closes at 1 a.m. And that's. And that's because Alaska's in 2 time zones, I think. So it's midnight, and so let's see. We are coming up on. Basically, Alaska and Hawaii are the only 2 who have not closed. So let me AP right.
And the Marianas, Guam.
I'm trying to find.
They get
Okay.
to vote, but their votes don't count.
Guam gets to vote, but their votes don't count.
Yeah, all of the territories, as a citizen in the territories, you're allowed to vote. But because they have no electors, their votes are meaningless.
Out of curiosity, what is the if you know, what's the, do any of them, I mean, what's their rate, their voting percentage? Is it like 10%, or do they actually have a reasonably high?
I honestly don't know. I'd have to check.
The only reason I ask,
I know that Puerto Rico has fairly good turnout because it's kind of important to them. And until recently, the movement for statehood in Puerto Rico had been fairly strong. But after this, one wonders.
That's why I was kind of thinking that Puerto Rico and others might actually vote because it means more to them because they can't. So or because it's meaningless. So vote as a symbolic, like, hey, DC should have the right to. Now DC does have a congressman, but he can't vote. Is that correct? If I remember correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. I can't say blame Canada.
He can talk, but he can't vote.
Yeah, exactly. North Carolina is red. Yeah, it's not red by Reuters, but I'm starting to say that there's no way Puerto Rico is ever going to get statehood now. Given what he did to and with Puerto Rico, yeah. So this is, I'm actually maybe even just going to close out the Reuters one because I don't think that the Reuters one is particularly productive. Yeah, North Carolina is red according to AP. They're still pretty strong on.
Honestly, I was kind of surprised they were saying that it was still in play as long as they did. I know Georgia might have had a chance of going, but even that's iffy.
Minnesota's only at 33% counted, but Trump is well ahead in Minnesota. Pennsylvania is 76%, and his lead is significant. I'm a little surprised they haven't called that yet, unless there's something in the districts. Let me. Why haven't they called Pennsylvania? One district is out. So it's because of this little district they haven't called Pennsylvania. Now, this act, Pennsylvania, okay. That might, so legally they may not be able to even call Pennsylvania. So as we had said before, there were multiple bomb threats. The bomb threats caused several districts to have to shut down for a short period of time, and they gave them extra time and stayed open longer. I think there was a 2-hour extension added to one district. It may have been Pennsylvania. I know Pennsylvania did get bomb threats. So that may have been the district, and until that district reports, you're not going to get a call. So that may be it. But if that is it, then what we may have here is, no, I can't actually move that. What we may have here is that PA really is, it's a solid red, but they can't call it because one district hasn't reported because of the, I'll bet you that's what the Times is going on. If that district hasn't reported because they haven't closed yet. Yeah, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that does.
So that light red is actually a solid red, but they can't legally report it. So that would, in my view, explain, in part at least, why Trump has such a high chance of winning, at least according to Q. I should go to bed because I have an early day tomorrow, but I'm staying up hoping things get bluer because I don't want to fall asleep crying. Let me address that in 1 minute. Once again, Commander, your mic is bleeding on occasion. Thank you. So, yeah. I laugh because of how many times I've been disappointed and how many times in the end it ends up working out in one way or another. That's not to minimize this. This is, I think, sort of worst case scenario. I think the January 6th committee was not as effective as any of us had hoped, but the fact that it did what it did and the fact that that work still continues suggests to me that
he's going to pardon every one of those January 6th people who's convicted. You watch.
Yeah, he is. He is. That's a fair point. I forgot about that. I'm expecting more institutional resistance than we have. More institutional resistance than we can imagine right now, or where that's going to come from. That's it's been my experience that those things happen, but this is still a very dark time, I think, and a dark day for all of us. So it's obviously not good news. I have a passport. Where can I go? Yep, the bomb threats were traced to Russia, and it's screwed with the polling. How much has Russia influenced this? It's very hard to say how much Russia influenced the results because we're only starting to understand how they were influencing the results in this election. My suspicion is Biden knows a lot more than he's saying. Why? I don't know. Possibly because he doesn't want to be seen as trying to rig the election against Trump by saying the Russians have been, I don't know. I don't know. But we know that Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and a bunch of others have gotten money from Russia to essentially propagandize for Russia. And at this point, none of us have any real knowledge as to how much that is or what the effect of it has been. It may be that the Biden administration knows, maybe they don't. I don't know. Pardon them all and make them brown shirts. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. Minnesota is.
It will not surprise me in the least if at some point there's instituted a uniform for all the good MAGAs to wear, and that the guys who were involved and convicted in January 6th transgressions will get some sort of special chevron to show that they were one of the chosen few at the hard times. And that's taken a page straight out of the Nazi playbook.
Well, and he literally said he literally said what U.S. needs is Hitler's generals. He fucking said that.
Yeah.
And he maybe just got elected. It looks like he just got elected. Yeah. This will impact things globally. Well, unfortunately, this is an example of how, for other countries, this is bad news for other countries too, but it's not as bad as, because, Angela Merkel did what she had to do. I was very disappointed when she said, it looks like we're going to have to, we're on our own now, and we have to rely on ourselves without the U.S. But that's what they've been doing, and they're going to have to do that more. And that's to our detriment. It's significantly to our detriment. But they're prepared to do that, I think. And that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the show. So as much as it's bad for them, they're ready for it. I don't know how ready we are for this. We're not as ready as we need to be, that's for sure. Oh dear Lord! So let's see where the numbers are now. I haven't closed out the Reuters, but I'm going to close out the Reuters because they're not doing us any good. What were you going to say?
No, nothing. I'm just agreeing with you.
So for those of you just joining us, and we'll globally we're even more of a laughingstock. No, we're not. I wish we were. It's worse than that. Globally, they're like, okay, America is now a scary country. America is turning into what Colombia used to be, like this lawless, they're a country with nukes, and they are completely unpredictable. I don't think we're going to be seen as a laughingstock anymore. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think we'll be a laughingstock. The reason being is that you don't laugh at people who potentially have the power to obliterate them. And you know that their leader is very sensitive to being laughed at.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of people that we have been allied with since World War II, basically, are now going to be staring very thoughtfully into their bowl of oatmeal in the morning, wondering, should I look for alternate alliances? Because this one really isn't dependable.
I got
that with his whole thing about, oh yes, we're going to throw tariffs on everything. Yeah, watch that impact the economy and trade in this country. Things are going to go to hell in a handbasket about as fast as you can blink.
I wouldn't be surprised if we lose the U.S. dollar as a global reserve currency. At this point, why not move to the euro?
I think it's worse than that. I think they're going to try to shift us to crypto.
Shift us to
cryptocurrency.
A
lot of the oligarchy have invested very, very heavily in crypto, and if they can tank the global money market and have only crypto be the viable currency that governs everything, and they have enough power and influence to manipulate that to their own benefit, yeah, I can see that happening in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do here. But once the dollar tanks, I mean, they're going to want a stable currency for the world market. And the problem is, whoever's the world reserve currency has significant leverage over.
Yeah, I agree. But the problem is, Nick, is that everybody heretofore has invested heavily in U.S. currency, even the Russians. So if all of a sudden the U.S. dollar ceases to have meaning, then it's a global depression equivalent to the Great Depression that we would be walking into.
Well, I don't think it ceases to have meaning. I just think they start to move it to a different reserve currency, which has a significant impact on our economy, and it has a huge negative impact on our economy in the future and our ability to influence rates, and it has a negative impact on everybody else. I agree, but the dollar still has value. It's just not the reserve currency. But if that happens because the dollar has been destroyed, then yeah, I mean, Elon Musk is going to put the entire planet into a global recession if he tanks the dollar, which he's got every incentive in doing.
Yeah.
I've always hated the trope of the Antichrist, but damned if Trump doesn't fit the bill. Well, he does own 666 Madison Avenue. I think technically his son owns that, but so as I said, well, let's see. I'm going to quickly check some of the other races. The governor races appear to be, there's only one left to be called. It looks like it's going to be Republican. If it is, then all of the governor races will... That's a bit loud. Sorry, Commander, we're getting you again. House races... Republicans are ahead. We haven't seen California come in. I don't know what the House is going to look like. Senate is 11 to be called, and they're still predicting. No, they're not predicting. They are predicting a one-person shift in the Senate. So at this point, Associated Press appears to be predicting that the Senate will be 51 to 49, giving Republicans control of the Senate and, of course, the ability to override or decide a tie. So it looks like in the Senate, the Republicans will be up by a seat. That is the new projection. And for president, AP is not willing to make a call yet. I believe she's lost Pennsylvania. She has lost now North Carolina, South Carolina. It looks like she's going to lose Georgia. Why hasn't Georgia been called? Uncounted votes in and around Atlanta.
Yeah, but also look at the time. I'll bet all the election workers finished and they aren't going to resume counting until tomorrow. So I don't expect a lot coming out of it.
Well, that's a good point. 91% of the vote in, and it does look like Atlanta is a good chunk of what isn't in, which is why probably nobody's called it, because that's going to go to Kamala. But let's go back. Let's see. How did this? Okay. So New York Times basically said she needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and she's behind on all three. So let me see. They're still saying 89. This means Trump would have 0 checks on his behavior. What's the House looking like? Yeah, I mean, it unfortunately looks pretty bad. It's there's no other way to say it. I don't know if how or where they're still counting. I think we should stay up for at least a little while longer and see if.
Amazon carries handmaiden robes.
Did you hear that?
Is it a specified color of red that you have to go?
I think I did, but why don't you repeat it?
She said, I wonder if Amazon carries handmaiden robes. Is it a specific color of red, or can you just any
Yeah,
red?
just yeah. Yep. So okay, and Republicans have now picked up their 50th seat. So Republicans now have 50 Senate seats and are projected to win one in Nebraska. Giving them 51. So that's about it, I think, in the Senate. All right. Thank you. I will check on that in a second. I thought we had that up. No, that's their old. Have they updated this? This isn't. No, they haven't. So I'll let me check.
Hey, Nick?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to punch in about 15 minutes.
All right. Let me just see. All right. Yeah, definitely whenever works best for you. I don't think there's any point in staying on longer than you need to. I'm trying to find out live results forecast. Okay. All right. There's the forecast from 270 to win. Thank you, Capsazian. I think that's going to be a bit of a better map. So here's the forecast. And you can see that has changed dramatically from the previous forecast that we were using. There's still a couple of states outstanding, but she would need to win, I think, all of them. Every single one of these states, she has to win. She has to win all of them if she's going to win this election. So that's 4 toss-ups. She has to. If she loses even a single one, it's over. And Pennsylvania looks to me like she's lost it, and they're just not calling it. Either they stopped counting or whatever. And we may head out in a little bit, maybe about 15, 20 minutes, if it looks like we're not going to be able to have an answer tonight. But it's about as close as you can get to an answer without having one. And again, the New York Times calling what they did. They have not updated their numbers yet. It's clear numbers are still coming in. It's clear the data is still being updated. I think that we will, we'll stay on for at least 15 or 20 more minutes to see if we can get a decisive answer. But this projection, which I think you can see accurately, Trump is very, very close to that line. And she has to win every single toss-up that remains to win the election. And the odds of that are, according to the New York Times, 11%. So that's where we stand.
Not much to say other than that.
Yeah, you said it. Well, I think it's going to be a dark time for this country, and somebody had said that they had a non-binary child and that they were worried about that child, and I worry about anybody who's different in any way. Non-binary is one of the one of the differences that's going to stand out more and be targeted more, without a doubt. But there's plenty, and why isn't Nevada reporting at all? That's a really good question. I do not know. I can look at that in a second. That's a good question. So it's a little odd. Yeah.
Nevada probably doesn't, start counting votes until the casinos close in Las Vegas.
They've got 6. Now they're a toss-up. Let me just see. I'm curious. So there's 50. All right. So just to give you an idea of where we are right now, you need to exceed 270 to win. Trump, if you take the pinks and the reds, Trump is at 262, so he is 8 short. Kamala is almost 50 short. He is 8 short, she is 50 short. So if he wins Nevada wouldn't actually do it for him, but if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, if he wins any one of them, he's over the top. So, and let's see. And that's it. It comes down to those 3 states. She has to win all of them. And we looked at Pennsylvania earlier. There's only 1 district in Pennsylvania that has not reported in. We are hypothesizing that is the district that ran late because of the bomb scare. They were given an additional 2 hours. they may all go home and not do it, which means Pennsylvania won't report in. I don't know what the likelihood is of any of those states reporting in. We'll wait. We are seeing some movement in the numbers as data comes in. Let's see. I'm keeping an eye on the numbers really from the New York Times, not because, well, because frankly they're the ones who at this point seem to have the best handle on it, and they are projecting. She's at 226 right now. If you take all the blue and light blue, and they're projecting that she will go to 237, which is not much of an improvement. Again, this election will be decided by one county in PA. Well, right now, that is in fact actually what New York Times is saying. They say that there's a 75% chance that it will be that it'll be that county, and that county is will be the tipping point. So let's just see. I've got a breakdown of numbers here. Estimate of the final margin over time.
I was telling my wife that only 30% of the precincts in Philadelphia have been counted at this point.
Well, that's good.
I don't know if it's true, but if it is good, if it's true, it's good because those are more likely to be blue rather than red voters. And it's a large population.
So what I'm seeing in Philadelphia is 86. It depends on the county, but most of the counties have 70% or more in. They are predominantly for Harris, but it doesn't look like. So the New York Times is giving Trump a 75% chance of winning in Pennsylvania, which is pretty good odds. And again, she has to win all three, so it's not decided, but it's not looking very good at all. So, oh dear Lord, yeah, I'm going to need another break in a moment myself. So I don't know. I think I'm going to let you go, unless you Americans are crazy. I feel the shivers in me timbers. I'm going to put a couple of these up. Yeah, Musk, JD Vance. It's all a collection of clowns, and I'm hoping that the fact that I just said that isn't repeated back to me in some court martial or some such, like in front of a committee, but at this point, you never know. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I said clowns are supposed to be funny, and I don't find any of those people particularly funny. So I think
Yeah,
that's a bad comparison.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah. Oh dear Lord.
Should we identify them as supervillains?
I normally equate supervillains with a greater level of intelligence and capability.
No, I'm thinking of like the bumbling supervillains that you see in, Austin Powers and those kind of things.
Oh, that may work. Yeah.
Bumbling and fools. Still dangerous, but bumbling and fools.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, Musk is an accelerationist, I think. Is there going to be an after show? The plan was to do an after show. Let me, I have not yet decided. I think it's going to be based on time. So let me think about it. That's a good question. The idea of the after show was everyone could sit and chat. I think there'd be benefit to that. I think people would like to talk about it. I also think that a number of people may need to sit and be alone with it, and I may need to be one of those people.
Yeah.
And the after show is not completely set up yet. It was something I was going to set up well, but then a billion things went wrong. So, yeah, Pinky in the brain. Without it's Pinky. It's Pinky and Pinky. In this case, they're clowns. Yeah, they're clowns like they're clowns out of a Stephen King novel. All right, I'm going to go pick up a little more water once more. Well, you know what? I can turn on my. Well, there we go. Probably get an echo there for a second. Okay, there we go. So it is genuinely a little hard to know what to say. Once again, as I said before, I knew this was a possibility, but I did not see it coming. I don't want to say that it's over, because it's not. And I've seen longer odds win, but having said that, I think we also have to be realistic, and the numbers are really very, very poor at this point. And the fact that Capsazian had, I think he said his sister called to say what's wrong with America. It seems to me that the news is filtering to other countries, that this all looks absolutely terrible. So I would really appreciate that.
We're all asking the same question of ourselves.
Yeah. On Discord or voiced. I would be delighted to do Discord. I think Discord, if you guys want to do VC on Discord after this, I would be delighted to do that for a little while. That's going to require no setting up and no. So if you haven't joined our Discord, join our Discord, and I'd be happy to chat with anybody who wants to do an after show on the Discord. We won't do the After Dark. I love the intro for the After Dark. It's actually my favorite of all the In Time intros is the After Dark intro. But setting that up and getting it so people can come in and all of that just isn't quite ready to go. So I think we're gonna skip that. We'll do it on the Discord. So just the general voice chat. And I'll probably be in there about 5 or 10 minutes after the credits. So we'll do that. Like I said, we're not quite there yet. My hope is that we get an answer. My hope really is, of course, that Kamala can pull this out. It doesn't look it, but I'd certainly wait for an answer till next week if she's got a shot. But I don't know if we're going to get an answer tonight.
The obvious question is this America's "Here, hold my beer" movement?
What do you mean?
Well, that's the old joke line that every time something really stupid happens at a frat party or a bachelor party or something, "Here, hold my beer." It's almost like we basically pulled that same thing on a national scale tonight.
It seems to exceed that, in my view. The first time he ran was that moment, and then Boris Johnson won in Canada, not in Canada, in the UK, and that seemed like they were doing the "Here, hold my beer." Now I guess it's us, but this doesn't even come close to doing it. So, yeah.
What is it with authoritarianism? It's really spreading like a disease all across the globe.
Well, I had thought that it had kind of abated. It looked like in the UK, it looked like in the other countries where it was becoming a problem, it looked like it was drawing back. It did. I don't know what you think, but that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Here, hold my crack thing. Yeah, it does have an element of that.
Yeah, I don't, it's very disconcerting to be in this position again.
Yeah, it is. Bizarre to say it, but my father didn't live through this one.
I'm sorry, your father what?
I said, I'm glad my father didn't live to see this moment.
Yeah, this is one
utterly break his heart.
Well, and your father fought a lot for this country, and
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to talk to my daughters about this moment. And to tell you the truth, I was in a hang about it a year and a half ago, and Trump was running, and I remember a number of people in the hang. I was talking about why I was concerned that Trump would win again, and so many people in the hang were like, "Oh my God, he's not going to win. There's no chance he could win." And I'm sitting there going, "Guys, that's the attitude that got him elected the first time." I was like, "Is that what you said the first time?" And they said, "Yeah, but this time it's true because this time we know better." I was just like, "This time we know better." Famous last words. I learned from my mistakes. Yeah. Yeah. Famous last words.
Yep. Well, my friend, it has been an interesting session.
It has. Your insight has, as always, been very productive and helpful. So I appreciate you taking the time. I know it was a very long night. I think we're going to stay on for another maybe 10 minutes after that, 10 minutes from here, and then maybe wrap it up and do a Discord chat afterwards. We'll sort out exactly what we'll do, but I really appreciate you coming on, and I have a feeling, and no offense, I really would not want to have had to say this to you, but I have a feeling we're going to be needing you more often and needing your insights more often in the future. So, but thank you very much, my friend, and it was good to see you, even if the circumstances were not so good.
Great being here with you. I just wish it was under happier circumstances.
Yes, sir. All
Have
right.
a good evening, Nick.
Thank you. You too, Lance. All right. All right, folks. So let's see here. I'm gonna make my way back to my $400 chair with my $400 suit, and here we go. And I can actually close the has the stream locked up again, or for some reason that my camera does not seem to be. So let me just make sure everybody can hear me. I don't know why my camera is not showing that I'm here, but we'll. Oh, at least the stream is okay. My camera may be dead. Let me try. We'll see what that does. If that doesn't bring the camera up, I don't know. Oh, I'm alive. All right. And I know everybody likes to see Commander's face, but we'll put that down. Well, yeah, I have a couple things I'm going to say, but I'd like to take another look at the numbers. It's looking, I haven't seen a change in some of them, so we may do, okay, so the audio is fine, it was just the camera died. I do think that in Pennsylvania, what we've got here is this one district was the, I say 0% reporting. I think the problem is this was one of the districts that had the bomb threat, and so they ended up, and it's not reporting for anything. All the other districts are reporting everything, but this one is, yeah, the Hill is now reporting what we already know, unfortunately, is that the Senate will fall to Republicans. They will get at least 51 seats. Let's take another look at that. That's Georgia. Where? Well, that one seems to be down. Okay, so Yeah, Senate. Okay, this says the Senate's at 50, but they were projected to win. There you go. They're still projected to win Nebraska. I don't think Nebraska is NP. Is that no? Are they just going to caucus with? Yeah, I assume. So the Hill is reporting that Republicans will take the Senate. And at this point, again, Kamala has to win 3 states, every one of which she is behind in. New York Times has given her or has given Trump I think it was a 73% chance in. Let me just check. Okay, what are the chances in Georgia? Right now, the New York Times gives Donald Trump a greater than 95% chance of winning Georgia. So she can win without it. So let's move on. I don't know why they haven't called that if that's over 93. So what we're really looking at is Pennsylvania. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to break down the odds. At this point, I'm not sure how productive that's going to be, but estimates of electoral counts. Let's see. Oh, I'm still on the bad audio. I'm curious. You guys can all tell me. So this is the one mic, and then I'm going to switch to the other one. You can tell me which is better. I'm about to switch over here. All right. So I've switched over to the main boom mic. Google shows here. Where's Nevada? Nevada is. Oh, you can't see my mouse. It's this one right here. And okay. So it may be, folks, that we're at the point where they've closed and stopped counting. I'm going to assume that in a minute. I would just want to take one sort of last look at. Yeah, Nevada hasn't reported anything, and at this point, Nevada's only, I think, 6. So Nevada is not going to change a thing at this point. Trump is. I want to. The biggie is this one right here, which is Arizona is likely going to go to Trump. Minnesota and Michigan, it looks like they're going to say is Harris. So if we take Harris getting all the blue, Trump getting all the red, Trump is 8 away from victory. 8 away from victory. Now, Nevada doesn't have 8. So if he gets, Nevada has 6. If he gets Nevada, it doesn't do anything for him, actually. Yeah, I'll answer that in a second. But if he gets either Wisconsin, Minnesota, or Pennsylvania, it's over. So that's it. And frankly, if, let's see, any of even the light blues, if Minnesota flips, Minnesota is currently a light blue. If that flips to red, which we've seen some flipping, he wins. So there are a lot of ways for him to win. There are not very many ways for Kamala to win. The only way for her to win is for this map to not change, and the top 3 tan all go her way. What I saw in, I think it was in Minnesota, was a 75% chance each of them are projected to go to Trump. So it doesn't look good. KCA, Randy, what the fuck is going on, Nick? That's a really good question. We had a discussion with Commander McMillan about that, and yeah, PA is not looking good. There's just one county that's a holdout, and that county has every reason to go red that I'm aware of. It's an urban county. Urban counties go red, but it hasn't reported at all which again is probably due to the bomb threat. They added 2 hours to the time and went past closing, so they're not going to report until tomorrow. My guess is 8 a.m., 9 a.m. tomorrow, they're going to report. They're going to report for Trump, and PA goes to Trump, and that puts him over the line. I don't see much possibility of anything other than that. It's possible, but let's see. Harris must win under any and all circumstances, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she loses a single one of them, it's over. The New York Times has upped Trump's chance of winning to 90%. Not a huge thanks. I'd really like to know what brought them from 89 to 90. They're that confident that that extra 1% had to be, and they are projecting him with a final electoral count of 301 to Harris's 237. And they are saying that they believe it's going to be PA that puts him over the top. I concur. So my suspicion is PA, that one county will not report. It's probably one of the because I recall that there was one county in Pennsylvania that had the bomb threat. It got pushed back 2 hours, so they got pushed back past the time. And it's not the 2 hour close time, because they still have to allow everyone who's in the line, and they just probably stopped counting, and will resume counting early in the morning. At that point, the county will almost certainly go to Trump. All he needs is one of them. So I honestly don't know what else. It's the Times. I mean, I'll put that one back up one more time so everyone can see it. The Times is not going to be saying that if they have any other choice. So let's see. This is the Times, and they've actually put down the. They had a article on how and why they changed their projection. But as you can see here, New York Times, 90% chance that Trump is going to win. And this is, they believe that Pennsylvania is going to be what flips it for him. And this is how they've calculated their projections. The chance of victory. First, this is where they've been keeping track the entire night of their electoral counts, their electoral projections right here, and chance of victory right here. Trump has jumped to 90%, and Harris down to 10 as the time has progressed. So we're now past midnight. I don't think anybody's counting in any of the polling areas where it's going to matter, so we're going to be stuck at 90-10 until the let's see, the 90-10 until tomorrow. Again, if she loses any one of 3 states, she's out. She has to win all 3. If she wins all 3, if she wins those 3, I think she's won it. But she has to win all 3, and none of them are in her favor. So she'll have to beat the odds 3 times, and PA looks bad. Pennsylvania looks bad. So let's see, if she wins those 3 toss-ups, Nevada isn't going to matter. I think she's got it. Does she have to win Nevada also? I miss being able to, like, actually. Hey, yeah, okay. So here's the missing district, and I don't believe they can report until they get this district in. But this district would have to be so blue that it would grant Kamala more than 200,000 votes without getting him any. Or it would have to give her 200,000 more than it gives him in that district, which is not reported. And I don't see any reason why that would be anything but a red district. I mean, there's a blue outlier here, there's a blue outlier here, but I'm thinking that's going to be a red district. Anyways, that district hasn't reported for anything. Let's quickly check the other districts just in case. just because it's worth knowing why Michigan. Okay, Michigan has had a number that haven't reported. Trump is ahead there. This may be blue. It's coastal. This also may be blue. That I think would be blue. That might be blue. Can I actually no? In the Grand Rapids area, that if she's lucky is blue, but could also just as easily be red. So oh no, they haven't reported for anything. So we don't know. We're waiting on these. I don't know what the New York Times is predicting for that. And then let's see if we can figure out why Wisconsin's waiting on one district. Good news is it's next to two blues, so it may be a liberal. That one, that's a toss-up as to what that is. The problem is she's kind of far behind here. I don't know how many. Does it say? Let's see. 80% reporting in. Okay, so that means that there's going to be a significant percentage here. This has got to be, unless, I don't know. Oh, they have these. Oh no, so 36% in. No, so all of these haven't actually been called yet. So these could continue to go. But so it's 80% and she needs to make up. And she's not that far behind. Wisconsin's not looking terrible for her. But again, she has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA. I could see her winning Wisconsin and Michigan with a little luck. Pennsylvania is tough. Pennsylvania is really tough. And again, New York Times has her only a 10% chance to win. And you can just see here that let's see. Trump is basically he's at 262 with the pink territories. And even if he loses those, if he gets any one of those other states, he's over the top. Those pink territories, Arizona, okay, that's 11. If he loses that, he loses 11. That's a decent loss, but that's not. Yeah, no. Can I at least click on? No. Whoa, I did not want to do that. Oh, is this going to at least tell me why this county hasn't reported in? No. No, it's not going to tell me. ABC News is not going to tell me anything. I didn't really need that. The last thing I want right now is a picture of Trump. What I'd really like to know, okay, who had the odds? It's probably beating a dead horse at this point, but I'd like to see if, because we had the odds for one state and it had him at 75, and I'm trying to, I apologize, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm just trying to remember where I found the odds for each individual state, because I'd like to know what the odds are for Pennsylvania and for the other states as best we can tell. But at this point, it probably doesn't matter, because if the New York Times, if they're saying what they're saying, which is 90% chance that he's going to win, I think it's pretty hard to argue with that. I don't need to try to figure out how they reached those numbers. Normally I'd like to if I can, but I can't find all the data I had, and so it's not. All right. All right, so let me, was that the New York Times? I did kind of want to just check the New York Times one more time and see if they have changed anything. The chances are, obviously, that they have not. If they have, the chances are it's not positive. But I, of course, can't find, okay, New York Times. Oh, 538 is not. Why can't I find, that's what happens. I put it up so that you guys can see it, and then I lose it, which isn't going to shock anyone who's a regular of the show. So what I will say is this, as I look for the New York Times, which I hope I didn't close, thank you all for joining us. This is not, I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but, you guys do have a choice in where you go to learn these things, and I appreciate that you guys have come to In Time. Obviously, we work very hard to get you the best information you can. I think between Azandering, myself, and Commander McMillan, it is my hope that you guys feel like you get really good information here and you get it quickly and reliably. So if you feel that way, please certainly hit the like and subscribe buttons. They really do help. Consider being a member. Hit the bell, because we do breaking news. And if you don't hit that bell, you're not going to get notified when we cover breaking news. And we've covered a lot of news before mainstream media. I think anyone who's been here for a while can tell you that. You can ask me. I'll brag about it and talk about it all week. But if you ask any other people who've been here, they can tell you national stories that we were live before. Associated Press, Reuters, New York Times, CNN, MSNBC. We've beaten all of them, and we're very proud of how that happens. And if you want to be a part of that, join us on the Discord and come check out what we do, how we do it, and we're run largely by the community. So I hope you guys will consider doing that, despite the fact that today it looks like we've been the bearer of bad news. To the best of my ability to discern at this point, we are hanging on a 10% chance for Kamala Harris to win and a 90% chance for Trump to win. That is not certainly not what I would like. I think that that's probably not what any of you would like to see either. We've talked about the dangers, in my view, of Trump, and I'm unfortunately going to get, I think, more opportunities in the future to talk about them again. So join us and be a part of that conversation. I will be in the Discord, in the voice chat in general, in probably about 10 minutes after the close of the credits. And if you want to look for other ways of supporting us, becoming a member is always a great way to do it. It's continuing support. It really helps us out. Or joining us on our Patreon, do whatever works for you and you're most comfortable with. We do appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you in the live chat. Thank you very much to the mods who have been here for a difficult and very long night. And I would like to thank all of you who have been supporting us from the beginning and through a rather difficult year. So thank you all, and we look forward to better times. I will see you all in the Discord in about 5 or 10 minutes. Have a good night all.